In this bonus episode, I share with you a Guru Viking remix video created by Zakery Mizell from the YouTube channel Zakery Mizell. Zakery's channel focuses on knowledge and beauty, and he has made several videos commenting on and even remixing episodes of the Guru Viking podcast. When I came across his remixes, I enjoyed his approach very much, and we agreed to share his work here. In this video, Zakery records a 5-hour live stream sharing his perspectives on various Guru Viking poetry episodes. I will also share another of his Guru Viking videos, in which Zakery remixes my interviews with poets John Brehm and Henry Shukman, so look out for that video on the Guru Viking channel too.
In order to deepen our spirituality with art, we're going to have to go deep into art. We're going to do that with John Brehm, Henry Shukman, and Guru Viking.
John Brehm, welcome to the podcast. We're going to talk about, in particular, probably we'll end up focusing on the Dharma of poetry. The tagline is, how poems can deepen your spiritual practice and open you to joy. In preparing for this discussion, not only did I reread Dharma of Poetry, which I've enjoyed previously, but also looked at your wider work. And I have to say, there's a new contender for my favorite of your poems.
Wow.
And it's At the Poetry Reading.
Oh dear.
We're in for a good string today, okay? This poem's going to be a lot of fun. Look at how happy he is.
I did warn you that was going to be a curveball.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you like that poem. It's so interesting that you mentioned it because not long ago, well, let's see, about a year and a half ago, maybe, a person alerted me to the fact that a Facebook group was going to be talking about that poem, a poetry group on Facebook, without knowing that they proceeded to, or that they were going to just savage the poem. I mean, they were very reactive and very upset about the sexual nature of the poem, and it got quite ugly. And so I have that used to be on my website. It is no longer. But it's a reflection of the environment we live in now, where people are extremely sensitive to any kind of sexual content that might be perceived as sort of outside one's expectations of what one might find in a poem. But yeah, I might rather not read that poem.
We're going to read that poem. He's not going to read it. We're going to read it. All right. This is why you're at this stream. We go into everything that we need to go into. So we're going into it. This is called At the Poetry Reading by John Brehm. It was recently savaged by some people. I can't keep my eyes off the poet's wife's legs. They're so much more beautiful than anything he might be saying, though I'm no longer in a position to really judge, having stopped listening some time ago. He's from the Iowa Writers' Workshop and can therefore get along fine without my attention. He started in reading poems about his childhood, about barns and corn snakes, grade school, flowers, that sort of stuff. The loss of innocence he keeps talking about between poems, which I can sure relate to, especially under these circumstances. Now he's on to science, a poem about hydrogen, I think. He's trying to imagine himself turning into hydrogen. Maybe he'll succeed. I'm imagining myself sliding up his wife's fluid, rhythmic, lusciously curved black stocking legs, imagining them arched around my shoulders, wrapping around my back. My God, why doesn't he write poems about her? No doubt he will. Once she leaves him for another poet, perhaps, the observant, uninnocent one who knows a poem when it sits in a room with him. That is Guru Viking's favorite poem of John Brehm. Definitely very sexual in nature. Definitely a little bit... I could see why he would want to remove it from his website. But I think it's an interesting poem, at least. It's a nice poem. I like the sexuality nature of it. I like the lustful nature of it. It does appeal to me. I don't like this kind of disparaging nature to the poet, the other poet, whoever the poet is, the guy. Yeah. They're going to talk more about the poem. They're not going to read the poem. They're going to talk more about the poem, though. So let's hear.
Yeah, of course, it's a poem that taps into a very particular vein of erotic, casual erotic objectification and fantasy and self-aware sinfulness, in a sense. But
Yeah.
that's why I like it. I think it hits that note so perfectly.
It does.
And that's why I like it so much. It's, I'm not saying it's necessarily a manifesto for how one ought to live one's life in the 2023.
Right, exactly. And I wrote it in 1990, I think. So it's certainly not the kind of poem I would write now. Although that kind of self-awareness of one's foibles, one's less than noble impulses, is something that I feel poetry should include. And so in all of my work, there's a willingness to kind of look at those aspects of my behavior, the way my mind works, that aren't so flattering.
It's not only your mind, John. It's how a lot of our minds work. No one likes to admit it. Yeah, I like the exposure of multiple different strange emotions that are not often talked about.
That are rather, embarrassing until you acknowledge them in a kind of lighthearted way, and then it can be really fun to work with in poems. But most poets try to present themselves as, well, I shouldn't say most poets, but many poets try to present themselves as, having only the appropriate emotions, and the kind of exalted poetic feelings that one might expect to find, and so I've kind of.
So what I don't understand here in this case is lust not one of those emotions that is commonly explored in poems? And is it also not commonly exalted? I guess I don't read a lot of poetry, but I feel like that's pretty well represented within the poetic canon.
I push back against that in my work, and I like to include poems that show a less flattering, less noble, less exemplary side of myself. Yeah.
Well, you say less exemplary, but then I also think of Ikkyu. The poems of Ikkyu, raunchy, edgy, and
Ikkyu is. He's sort of the exception that proves the rule, right? There aren't a lot of poets who write out of the same kinds of experiences and in the same way than he does. But
let's look a little bit into Ikkyu. This is not a poet that I'm familiar with. I knew the name, I knew some of the stories of him, but I never read any of his poems. So today we're going to read some of his poems. Just two. Do I want to show this? I'll show it. Let's see if I can. Here we go. This is the poem by Ikkyu. It's nice to get a glimpse of a lady bathing. That's the name of the poem. It's also the first line. It's nice to get a glimpse of a lady bathing. You scrubbed your flower face and cleansed your lovely body, while this old monk sat in hot water, feeling more blessed than even the Emperor of China. I see the similarity. It's a nice poem. See, this poem is this definitely much more appeals to me. You don't have to be insulting some guy. Some poor poet doesn't need to be insulted as you are lusting after this woman. This is a nice poem. We have another poem. Calling my hand Mori's hand. My hand, how it resembles Mori's hand. I believe the lady is the master of love play. If I get ill, She can cure the jeweled steam. And then they rejoice, the monks at my meeting. Sounds like, to me, it sounds like he's talking about Dragunov. That's all I can pick up from this. Because my hand is like her hand's like my hand, our hands are the same, and she's going to cure me. I was a little confused about it. Well, first of all, the whole love play, this is apparently an actual woman who was well known for making love well. And this jeweled steam, I did not understand immediately whatever this imagery was. But the idea of a jeweled steam, it perhaps it seems to me, I don't know what it is. Somebody maybe knows what it is and can tell me. But to me, it kind of feels like something that is, well, it's steam, so it's meant to be this kind of fluid and moving and dynamic thing, but then it becomes a jewel. It's a jeweled steam, which would be static, which would be stuck, which would be solid. So she's coming to cure, maybe. And then they rejoice at the monks at my meeting. Of course, everybody, the monks would not be happy with sexuality. I think he's making a joke. Pretty sure that's a joke. The monks are not going to be happy about him having sexual relations with that woman. But he would like to imagine that they would. That's a part of the fantasy. Who wouldn't want the support of all their friends in their fantasies?
But I agree. I find it refreshing.
There's something divine about taking that note and producing something so beautiful, wry, accurate, and resonant from it. There's something sacralizing about that, isn't there?
I think that, I hadn't considered that before, but now that you say it, I think that's a really excellent observation. That makes a lot of sense. What is it about that takes us into the realm of the sacred? Because it doesn't seem like that would take us there. It seems the opposite of that. And yet I think you're right. And maybe it's just the willingness to acknowledge the full range of human feeling, human impulse, and to accept that.
It's definitely that. It's definitely this acceptance of the full range of human emotion. You can easily move into one form of spirituality or sacredness, as they're calling it in this case. You don't have to do this, but it's one available possibility of accepting everything and seeing everything as beautiful. Recognizing that is really you as the individual person where the beauty is happening and the way that you're interpreting the world. The fact that it's even a world to interpret, we don't have to get into that, but you interpreting the world is where the beauty is. So you can interpret everything as beautiful, and you can search for anything that you might instinctually think of as not beautiful and massage it a little bit. Just kind of work at it and find the beauty in it, and then reorient your mind to default find beauty in all things. And that will definitely change your life in a pleasant way.
To embrace that, to not say poetry can contain these kinds of experiences, but not these kind. And one should feel these feelings, but not these feelings. And so the willingness to include and embrace the full range of human response to life, I think maybe that is the quality that takes us into the sacred.
That is a quality. But I just want to say, I personally, I like to expand beyond the responses to life. You can go beyond, first beyond responses, but then second beyond life. You don't need to be restricted to beauty of things that are a part of your natural life or a part of life at all or real at all. Reality is not super important for beauty. I think we'll get into that later.
But I would love to hear more of what you think about that.
That appreciation of one's experience, that appreciation of the wife of the poet at the poetry reading in that case, and also the self-awareness of that self-aware line. My God, why doesn't he write poems about her? He will, no doubt, once she leaves him for another poet, perhaps. The observant, uninnocent one who knows a poem when it sits down in a room with him.
Is he happy? I feel like he's happy. I feel he's smiling like he likes this poem. He likes this poem. I think he likes this poem. But he also could just be uncomfortable. Guru Viking is a little bit pushing it. He's saying the poem when John said he didn't want to hear the poem or he didn't want to read the poem. And he's saying most of the poem right now. I was a little, maybe he's just uncomfortable. No, it seems like he likes it.
Yeah, it was a fun poem to write, I have to say. And I mean, I was probably reacting against the kind of over seriousness, pretentiousness of poetry readings, the kind of, church-like solemnity that often attends on the poetry reading, and just sort of, poking holes in that and giving voice to this fantasy, very inappropriate fantasy, under the circumstances. And I often wonder if that poem...
Very, very, very inappropriate fantasy. I just want to clarify that. Very inappropriate fantasy. I like how he is laughing and smiling as he clarifies. I don't think he thinks it's inappropriate. I think he knows that it's inappropriate socially, but I don't think he thinks it's inappropriate.
Got to anthologize quite a bit. And I often wonder if the poet in question ever saw it, and if he would have recognized himself there.
He's laughing at it. What a twisted man here. What a twisted man. He's a little. Is it sadistic? He's a little sadistic, huh? He thinks that he would enjoy if the guy. He's actually talking about a real person. He thinks he would enjoy if that person. I mean, from the really loose body language analysis that I'm doing right now. Anyway, he's having a good time apparently. So I'm enjoying that he's having a good time.
But yeah, it was a fun poem to write. But the reaction to it these days is, I suspect, this one Facebook group is very intense, and that might be now the norm. But I'm glad that you like it. I have another poem that...
Well, are you guys, are you having an intense reaction to this? How are you feeling about it? Was it too far? Was it appropriate for the 1990s? Is it, should I have not read it? How bad is it?
Is sort of similar in terms of the kind of self-awareness. It's called non-harming. I wonder what the neighbors think when they see me outside with a BB gun shooting at the pigeons on our roof. I gave them a copy of my anthology, The Poetry of Impermanence, Mindfulness, and Joy, and the introduction makes me sound like a person who probably wouldn't be shooting at pigeons, even if only with a BB gun, which doesn't really hurt them, I tell myself, but simply encourages them to find someplace else to deposit their smeary droppings that threaten to turn one side of our house into a bad Jackson Pollock painting. Honey, come look at this. Isn't that the mindfulness guy out there with a rifle shooting at his own house? I'm well aware of the irony, but life's like that, isn't it? A contradiction wrapped in an absurdity, etc. Still, plunking pigeons with a BB gun might not fall afoul of the injunction to not cause harm. I thought about shooting myself in the foot just to see how much it hurt, but decided against it. I tried placing scary-looking plastic owls strategically around the roof, but the pigeons laughed at that. I tried an electronic device that sent out a kind of sub-audible to humans shrieking, imitative of a bird of prey, but they didn't fall for that either. I always thought pigeons were dumb, but now I'm not so sure. They've outsmarted me so far, not that that's any great accomplishment, moving from one side of the roof to the other, where the angle for firing is not so good, and where the homeowner is exposed, even in this early morning half-light, to the watchful eyes of the neighbors.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Thank you. So it's not the...
That's brilliant. This is a nice poem. I like the poem. I'm a bit more partial to poems that have a little bit more of a clear rhythm or structure. This one does have some type of structure, but it's not really. It's more of a. Is there a name for the poetic? It's like a narrative. It's more like a prose, more than a prose than a poem. I don't know how to call this, but a narrative poem. I like it. Would you be embarrassed to shoot a pigeon? I guess I would be embarrassed to shoot a pigeon. I've never had the opportunity or the situational. I've never had that happen. Never had the need to. Just thinking about it.
Kind of experience that one would typically choose to write about. You would, you might feel some embarrassment, like here I am, this Buddhist, but I'm out there shooting at the pigeons on the roof. But going into that experience and having some fun with it, approaching it with some lightness, felt like a very rich thing to do. Yeah.
In the spirit of what you write in your book about, you encourage people to say what they enjoy about a poem. We'll get to that, how to enter a poem. What I enjoy about, something I enjoy about what you read there isn't the embarrassment of being a Buddhist, sort of renowned Buddhist shooting at the pigeons. It's the embarrassment of being a renowned Buddhist shooting at pigeons, worrying about what his neighbor thinks about that.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's the best part. That's the best part.
Yeah, yeah, and imagining what they might be saying. Honey, come look at this. Isn't that the mindfulness guy out there shooting in his own house? And
I do like that. It's funny.
Worrying about so the neighbors is the audience to the experience, but the poem, invites the reader into to witness this behavior, and so there's another kind of witnessing.
I also like the rhythm of when he starts to say that he tried one thing, he tried another thing, he tried the owl. Did you say owl? He tried the owl figurines, and then he tries the shrieking of a bird. I like this sort of rhythm. I thought there was going to be a third, but there wasn't. There's just two. I like that.
That the poet.
It's very, the natural language of it is cool. It seems like it makes it more portable for him to speak like that normally, though he doesn't really speak very poetically in his natural speech. But I would expect that if his poems are his poems are written in such natural ways that he might transition to speaking more poetically in his natural speech. But he doesn't seem to do that very much.
Volunteers for to be seen by the reader doing this thing that is or might be rather embarrassing. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that reading. I wonder if you might say something about your formation as a poet in those days. Which poets inspired you at that time?
Sure. Well, one of the sort of experiences that kind of prepared the way was my experience of psychedelics. So this was, in the late 60s or early 70s, and I became really fascinated by psychedelics and did quite a lot of LSD and mescaline and other things. And the effect that had on me, it was a revelation. And I had the sense that, like, oh, right, that there's another world. There's another way of being in the world, but there is another world that is typically invisible to us, but that these sacred plants and sacred medicines can give us access to. And so that really was the spark that made me feel like, oh, I need to find a way to maintain contact with that world. I'm calling it another world. That's totally inadequate language, but there is no adequate language. But I need to, you can't do LSD every day for the rest of your life. So I knew that I wanted to find some way of maintaining contact with this sacred dimension of life, we might say, this invisible realm, or the realm of my own true nature. And so poetry became that for me. And I think I was led there in part by those early experiences with psychedelics. And
I wonder how often psychedelics leads to more of this poetic appreciation. He's not even saying that he was doing Well, he's not directly saying that it led to poetic thinking, but just a poetic appreciation. I don't know if there is a direct connection between psychedelics and poetry, or even just symbolic thinking. And does that also extend to just doing meditation, and with that lead to some sort of higher appreciation of poetry or poetic thinking? I wonder, or symbolic thinking, making these connections between weird things, um, connections between things that are seemingly unrelated, for example. I'd be curious to know. I'd be interested, very interested to know. I've never taken any psychedelics. I like to meditate. I don't know if that made me more, I don't think that it made me more into poems or art. I was personally more into art as a kid. And that somewhat sort of led me towards getting into whatever we might call spirituality. I think, in meditation and such. I think mostly just because drinking tea led me towards that. Or is that related to art? I don't know if that's related to art directly. I don't know.
The poets who were most important to me initially, William Carlos Williams was really important. And there was a Nebraska poet named Ted Kooser, whose work was quite important to me. And what I loved about Williams was the work was so immediate. I mean, it has a very Zen-like quality of immediacy, vividness, direct experience. It was relatively easy to enter his poems. They didn't present the same kinds of challenges that, say, Eliot or Pound or other high modernists' work would present. And it got me to look at the world. You know, I had convinced myself that Nebraska was a completely uninteresting place to live, that there was nothing to see here. You know? And when I started reading poetry, that too was a revelation. It was like, oh, okay, wait a second. Like these cornfields and, grain silos and sort of, ordinary neighborhoods and things turned out to be quite fascinating once I began to actually look.
Well, that's beautiful, isn't it? Don't you like to hear somebody finding poetry or art and that leading to them seeing the world in a very different way, seeing beauty in the world and all the things that they neglected or ignored over their lives, they can start to see the beauty in it. I love it. This is why I like poetry myself. This is why I like all art, to see the whole world in a different way. That's why I've been drawn to so much of the art that I've been drawn to.
And that was, I think, the main gift of Williams's work for me, was to get me to actually look at the world, to stop and pay attention in a particular kind of way. And that just opened me to my environment in a different way, but also to poetry. I mean, it made me want to engage more deeply with poetry and to continue this way of engaging with the world that is based on, really looking, seeing, and paying attention. But one of the things that I love to do and still love to do is to walk the alleys in neighborhoods and to really pay attention to the things that kind of existed in this Bardo zone between usefulness and trash. Things that people weren't quite ready to throw away, but they were no longer, kind of a functioning part of the household. But there was something about that I found really compelling. And again, it wasn't that things were ostensibly or obviously beautiful. They weren't. But looked at in a certain kind of way, they kind of came to life. And it was this sort of non-beauty that drew me to them, that they were discarded things that were neglected or broken. And at the time I wasn't aware of wabi-sabi, that aesthetic that values things that are marked by impermanence and melancholy. And but I think that's partly kind of what I was feeling. I was drawn to things that were rusted or broken or somehow, disheveled or discarded. So it was that way of looking at things that felt really compelling to me at the time.
I'm wondering if that is incompatible, like to have this appreciation for things that are broken, and then also having the other side of it of wanting things to be extremely refined. I'm wondering how compatible or incompatible they are. I personally like both. I much more like the refined than the broken and such. But I have many. I don't know if it's visible here on this stream, actually. Let's see. It is not visible. Is it? You can kind of see up there. Here is I have something that is broken. I have a couple other broken things displayed on my my bookshelf, but anyway, broken teacups, broken. That's a kettle burner. I like to display those broken things. I like broken things. I like rusted old things too. I've got a couple teaware that looks a bit rusted, but I much prefer the refined. Much prefer things that are refined and organized and in harmony in the normal, direct, natural sense. Western, I want to be clear here. I like regular harmony. I really like that a lot more. I do like if they work together, or if you have like a broken piece that's the centerpiece of a work that's very harmonious otherwise. That sounds really cool. That sounds nice to me. I like music in that way. I have lots of songs personally where I will be writing in a pretty much a classical structure, like sonata form, and then certain parts of that will be just completely broken. Like certain sections will be so weirdly organized that it feels like this wabi-sabi type thing. But the main overall structure is still very harmonious. That to me, that sings to my soul. That's what I love. I want more of that. But I don't like this. But I don't personally seek out things that are broken as the main way of viewing things. I do like the idea of seeing. You mentioned seeing things in a new light, and that brings to mind this concept of defamiliarization. I don't remember the name of the guy who introduced this concept, but it's a way of art. It's a art. It's a critical theory type thing, art analysis thing, where essentially you can view the goal of the poet as taking something that's familiar and making it unfamiliar, defamiliarizing it, so that it becomes more interesting. And that's where the fascination comes in. And that's where the curiosity comes in with something that is supposedly familiar to you. Supposedly you're very aware of it. You know a lot about it. And you know a lot about it so much to the point that you gloss over it often. And then you have these moments, or you have a poet who points out to you that you can look at it with fascination and you defamiliarize yourself with those things. I like that. I like it. I do like it.
Yeah.
How deeply do you think a poet needs to understand or be able to conceptualize something like what you've been discussing these last minutes in order to express it poetically? In your book, The Dharma of Poetry, you make this very interesting point that there are certain modes of engaging with a poem that are valid, but they're not the only one. And one of them is to find the meaning mode. And what's the poet saying? Treating poems almost as a sort of machine of meaning, a puzzle of meaning that one has to work out. But you say that's not the only way to engage with a poem, and it can actually be quite limiting. So I wonder then, to what degree does a poet need to be able to conceptualize these deep and meaningful things in order to write moving poetry in that way?
Right, and to be able to say what they're doing, to explain what they're doing and why they're doing it the way they're doing. Yeah. I'm not certain about that, how important that is.
I think that it is not very important at all. You don't need to conceptualize anything. Now, you don't need to conceptualize anything. Conceptualizing is not important for creating anything. It is important for communicating things if you want to communicate anything, and is also very helpful to communicate things to yourself if you want to remember things or you want to tell yourself something in the future. It's extremely helpful to conceptualize these things, because then you can just write it down or you can record it or whatever, in whatever way you want to have a record of that and hold that memory. It's also helpful for having memories in general, because it's difficult to sometimes, for some things or some people, for me, one of those people, it's sort of difficult to remember something without having a conceptualization of it. It'd be difficult to remember a technique, a song technique or music, without having written it down or without having any idea of how to communicate it. That to me is pretty difficult. So I think the conceptualization is helpful for memory, is helpful for communication. It also helps with focus. If your mind is, well, if you've been poisoned by modernism, then that's a general, simple way. If you've been poisoned by modernism, then you need some concepts to focus on anything. So that sucks. And, well, that's most of us. So concepts are going to help you focus. But if your mind is just, it's a helpful way to guide the mind. If you have something a concept that you can point to, or you can, even a technique that you can use to direct the mind, that focuses the mind. It can help focus the mind. It is one of the tools that you can use. But again, it's not really necessary. You don't need the concepts. You can learn how to focus on things without concepts. You can learn how to remember things without concepts. You can learn how to just continuously make fresh art without ever having to return to what you've done in the past. So you don't need to remember anything. So the concepts are just not that important for any of those. However, I think a major thing that's often missing, not often, always, 100% of the time, every single time, always missing. No one's ever talked about this before. This is the first time you've ever heard of it today on the stream right now. The fact that analyzing or conceptualizing art is in itself a form of art, and that can be appreciated, and that can be, there's so much to it. There's so much depth to it. There's so much interest to it. I personally love it so much. I like analyzing art. I like hearing other people's analysis and seeing how they see the world through the way that they're analyzing the artwork. But it's a whole other thing that you can go really deep into. So, I mean, I guess very often people learn about analyzing art and then they feel like they're taken away from whatever it is that they initially appreciate art with. However they're appreciating art, then their whatever their natural way is. Whenever they're analyzing art, they get confused, or they forget about the original way that they were analyzing art, and they don't feel any of the magic. People talk about the magic is gone and that type of stuff. That I can see that happening. I can see why it happens. But it's just a separate art. Analyzing art is a separate art. So I like this idea of being able to see art in different ways. And you don't only have to view it as like a puzzle. Is that what you mentioned? A puzzle a moment ago. There's one mode of interacting with art, and it's like a puzzle. I'm a big fan of some of the early formalist art critics out there in the world from like the 40s or something. I guess I could just look this up right now. But there's an art critic, and actually I have a book. I'll just look at the book. Better. We're not going to read the book, but I'm just going to look at the book. There's a whole thing called New Criticism. And there's a guy, Cleanth Brooks is the guy I'm thinking of. Cleanth Brooks introduced this idea that analyzing a poem, specifically about poetry, generalized to art, but specifically about poetry, a poem doesn't have to be about the artistic meaning or the meaning of what the artist intended. And in addition to that, the poem doesn't have to be about the emotions that the poem evokes. It doesn't have to be about emotions at all. It doesn't have to be about how you feel about it. So that can be a factor, but it doesn't have to be the main factor. It doesn't have to be the only factor. You can look at the poem in different ways. And then he introduces the idea of the structural analysis of poetry, just looking at the structure of a poem. And that generalizes a lot to the structure of art, any work of art. And then that also generalizes into just the structure of society. You'll start to notice, maybe if you're paying attention to any other forms of art or any other forms of social analysis, modern social analysis, I should say postmodern social analysis, right? They're getting into the structure of things and noticing the structure of a society. You've heard people say things like structural racism, for example. It's coming from the same idea. This person, Clint Brooks, introducing the idea that your intent doesn't matter and what you feel about it doesn't matter. At least they're not the most important thing. Let's look at the structure, and that'll be the most important thing to start with, is the structure. And that kind of just spread into other fields of social analysis. Anyway, I like the other idea. I like the other modes of looking into art. I like seeing art in different ways. So that's why I've been drawn to a lot of different forms of art and art analysis. And critical theory is the discipline that aggregates all these things. It's how to criticize art. Critical theory is art criticism, but then theories about art criticism, like different types of art criticism. You have different forms of art criticism, and you can learn all those different forms of art criticism. And you can also make your own form of art criticism and develop it deeper. But it's not important. That was the main part of this section. It's not important to do. You can just enjoy your art. You can just make your art. You don't need to criticize the art. Criticizing being a word that means appreciate, by the way, in this context. Appreciate, criticize, same word. To look at something critically, to look at something closely. Appreciate it.
I think, one has to be, conscious of what one's doing, but not so much so that it kind of gets in the way of one's impulses as a writer. But yeah, that the idea that poems are primarily it's kind of verbal mechanisms for delivering meaning is a really reductive kind of left brain way of engaging with poetry. And I've been really strongly influenced in the past few years by the work of Ian McGilchrist. And I wonder if you know his work. Yeah. Incredible. Brilliant.
Yeah.
And I have an essay that is going to be included in this new anthology that will come out next year from Wisdom, an essay on appreciative attention. And one of the things I talk about there is an experience I had in graduate school where professors and PhD students would often speak of interrogating a poem. And seemingly unaware of the associations between interrogation and torture, unaware of or unbothered by those associations. But that word, the aggressiveness of that way of approaching poetry seems to me just absolutely wrong. There's not that there's a right and wrong way exactly, but that kind of aggressive stance.
Come on, man, stand on business. It's the wrong way to do it. That's what he thinks. He thinks it's the wrong way of doing it. I disagree. I very, very much like this analytical approach. Now, the interrogation and torture thing, all right, okay, we're going too far with that. I can see the connections there symbolically. But I like the analysis. I like the very, very close analysis. I like the idea of looking at each individual word and how each word interacts with each other word. That level of precision with the analysis. I'm on board with it. Sign me up. That's what I like. He thinks it's wrong, though. He thinks it's absolutely just wrong.
Absolutely wrong. There's not that there's a right and wrong way exactly, but that kind of aggressive stance towards a poem, to sort of, wrestle the meaning out of it by violence, if necessary, is an affront to poetry.
Now, okay, I guess I do agree mostly with what he's saying here, because the meaning doesn't matter. Who cares about the meaning? The meaning is like a secondary aspect of it. The meaning is a part of the poetry. The meaning is one aspect of the poem, but you don't need meaning. Meaning doesn't really matter here. We don't care about what the poem means solely. You don't always only care about what the poem means. The meaning of the poem is... I'm saying it's secondary in order to kind of overstate it. But really, it's like there are many elements of the poem, and there's not a hierarchy there. It's just like a flat... All of these elements are equally... Equal isn't even the right word. They're not comparable. You just have all these different elements of the poem, and they're all different elements of the poem that you don't need to have. You can have relationships with them, but relationships in terms of importance, that just doesn't, for me, it's not a factor. So yeah, that would be an affront to poetry if that was the only thing that you're doing, wrestling out the meaning. Wrestle the meaning, but then also do other things.
And it comes out of the grasping mind, which is always, coming into our ways of understanding the world. The appreciative way, which is what I suggest in the Dharma of Poetry and in this essay on appreciative attention, is a much more gentle and open-hearted and a softer way of engaging with poems, and just going towards what we feel drawn to, what resonates for us, what we like, what feels like lit up, what gives us pleasure in poem. To go first towards that, and then see where that takes you. But to let that aspect of the mind that is always wanting to understand and to fix meaning, let that be in the background and have played kind of a supportive role. But to have one's initial entry into the poem be through the doorways of noticing and appreciating and letting the poem open, and sort of going into it. When we're analyzing a poem, we're kind of holding at a distance. So there's a quality of separation. And if you can let go of that and actually enter the poem, it's almost like a non-dual practice. It ceases to be you out here looking at the poem over there. It's more you're inside the experience as it's unfolding.
I wonder why he thinks analysis is separation or somehow related to separation. I don't quite see that. But we might be saying much more something that's very similar. It seems very compatible here. We're compatible. We're very happy to hold hands in this one. He just wants people to start with the appreciation, the pleasure. I'm gonna dumb it down to pleasure, because appreciation could mean a lot of different things. But he says specifically pleasure. He wants people to start with seeing something that they like or feeling pleasure, and then going whatever direction. And I'm just imagining here, I don't think that he would be against somebody seeing pleasure, going into a poem, and then analyzing it. As long as the pleasure is the entryway, you go into it, then you can start to see things, and then maybe you can have this more analytical mind once you're in there. I like the analysis. If it's something I'm thinking about, different forms of analyzing a poem, where you can analyze the whole structure of the poem. You can analyze the more minutia, each word relating to each other. You can also analyze each syllable. I'm going to say, is it phoneme? Is that the name of the word that I'm looking for? Phoneme is like parts of the word, or every, I think there's a specific word for the sound of certain, anyway, parts of each word having certain sounds. And you can go into an analysis of how each of those are relating to other ones. And I guess in particular sentences or different parts, the beginning of each sentence for a poem or something of that nature. You can look at how, if there are metaphors or something that's called metonymy, metaphors or metonyms of the meaning, you can go in that sense. You can go with the entire paragraph of the sentence, but you can also go into the metaphor or metonym per sound, per phoneme. I think that's the name of the word that I'm looking for. Phoneme, maybe? Phoneme, phenome, phoneme? Phoneme, that's what it is. Phoneme. Each syllable, and I mean the sound of each syllable, can have a metaphor or can have a continuation, a expected continuation. Meaning that things can repeat in ways that you might expect them to repeat. And that could be an interesting thing. Like if you have a tongue twister, Sally sells seashells by the seashore, the S sound is being repeated in many times. And that could be noted, how these things are repeating. And then when those things are replaced. Anyway, this is the type of analysis I might want to get into, all these different levels, because you can get into all the different levels. I had a friend who, I don't remember his name. I think it's like Chase or something like that. I don't remember his name. I got to figure out what his name is. I don't remember his name. He would come to a event I used to go to very often. It still goes on around Atlanta, but there's an event I like to go to. And it's kind of philosophy, spirituality, psychedelics. It's definitely, the main thing is psychedelics, but the topics people talk about are generally philosophy and spirituality. I guess personal health also is a part of it. My friend here used to do, I'm sure he still does, I don't talk to him very much these days, but he did these very amazing word plays. He wouldn't like the word wordplay. We're going to call it wordplay though. He's not around to reject the word. But he would do it on such a level that was very impressive to me, and that something that I don't see very often, and haven't seen before, haven't seen since. But he would go into the level of the symbol of the word, of the symbol of the letters of each word. Meaning, for example, that if he's talking about, he's bringing awareness to the relationship between something like an X and a T, and how they're, symbolically written in the same way. So the letters of a particular word are written in the same way. And when he's talking about certain words, he will bring attention to the fact that the letters of those certain words are similar to the letters of another word. So he's doing this symbolic analysis that is going beyond different levels of this hierarchy of symbolic meaning. And he's going so deep into even going into the specific symbols that are making up the written word. This is something that is not commonly explored, and I really liked it when I saw him doing it. It's not something that I can naturally do. I'm just not inclined to go into the symbols of the written word, but I thought it was really cool. It's something I like. I wonder what John would think about that. I wonder if John would think that's too far. I don't think he would think it's too far, especially the way my friend was doing it. He was like rapping. He was like he was kind of a rapper. Almost like a rapper, but he wasn't actually rapping. But he was like, the way that he said these things was very poetic and had a lot of flair to it. So it might be appreciated by John. But if you were writing it down on paper, it probably wouldn't be as appreciated. I wonder. I don't know.
And the poet's consciousness, which is still, in my view, still alive in the poem, becomes something that we can merge with our own consciousness. and it can be this kind of alchemical reaction that is really rich and can take us places that we didn't know we would get to or couldn't get to if we didn't start with the quality of appreciation.
I'm just thinking about that. I don't... If the poem is the mind of the poet, we can merge with the poem. But he's thinking of merging only in terms of removing any of your own personal influence. No, I don't even understand, because he's still including the likingness. You can like something and then that leads to merging. But couldn't you just merge by thinking about it? I mean, how are you not merged with the poem already instantly whenever you come into contact with it? How is it not? So I need more clarity of what he means by merging with a poem. Because it seems that to me, I'm picking up some sort of immediate contradiction. If you're reading a poem, you're already intertwined with it. I don't even know if it makes sense to say merged. They're already, it's already been mixed. It's already been merged. Whatever you have is merged with whatever it is. And you don't have to be in any particular way to merge with it. It's not like you're oil and it's water. And you have to like change yourself to be more of a different liquid substance. You can just think in brute force, murder the poem through analysis, in violence through what he's saying, and that would be merging with the poem. You'd be representing yourself and merged with the poem. So I'm a little bit wondering more specifically what he means here. It sounds like he means he wants people to just feel pleasant and appreciate the poem. But the word merge doesn't seem to fit there for that. Becoming a part of the poet's mind. Why doesn't the mind of the poet become a part of you? Wouldn't that be merging too?
If we went right into what Elizabeth Bishop called the immodest demand for complete comprehension. I love that way of framing it, the immodest demand for complete comprehension. We want to understand everything right away. And the mind gets very frustrated when that's not happening. But the appreciative attention, that way of entering it just sort of sidesteps that whole.
Yeah, don't do that. If frustration is at all a part of the equation, you've done something wrong. Okay, I'm going to say it too. You've done something wrong, all right? Don't do anything frustrated. That's
the mind.
Nah.
And something else that you write about, this entering to the doorway of appreciation and noticing. You also sometimes use that word, noticing. Particularly in a group context, group discussion context, is that you say that it also relieves people of the need to try to come up with something clever to say.
Yeah.
You mentioned Eliot before. I've heard it said that Eliot and there's other high modernists were a part of that, actual lifting poetry a little bit out of the reach, as wonderful as Eliot is, and he is wonderful, lifting poetry out of the reach, putting it into, because of all the allusions and so on, references in Eliot and so on, taking it into the realm, rather, of the specialist, into the realm of the person equipped with the right apparatus, the right critical lens to be able to engage with poetry. Otherwise, it's highbrow. Poetry's highbrow. It's what intellectuals do. It's what academics do. It's for the ivory tower. It's not for us.
Yeah.
What do you think of that narrative that, say, the high modernists or so lifted the poetry into the realm of the specialists?
Yeah, that's certainly what Williams, how he saw it. And he hated Eliot. I mean, he hated him. He hated his work and he hated him. And he said, Eliot and Pound took us back into the schoolroom. He said we had just succeeded in creating a kind of American idiom, and Eliot and Pound dragged us back to Europe.
Can we all just get along? Can we all just get along? I don't know why do we hate each other? Eliot and Pound. I've not read any of their poems, by the way. T.S. Eliot and Ezra Pound are these modernists. They've got their weird way of writing poems that are very refined, and they're saying it has a lot of allusions to other poems and such. I've never interacted with it, but that sounds really cool. That sounds really interesting to me. But even if it weren't very cool or very interesting to me, it could be cool and interesting to other people. Does there have to be only one way? We just talked about this. There doesn't have to be only one way to engage with art. Just meaning that we can have all people engage in art in all their different special, pretty ways. So it'd be cool if we could all just do our own thing with art and talk about what we'd like about art. I think that'd be cool.
In the European tradition and the academic tradition. And, I every now and then I'll try to reread Eliot, and, I recognize his brilliance, particularly, I think, in the later poems.
I recognize his brilliance. I like the way that he engages with that. Yeah, I recognize their brilliance. That to me, all right, what that is signaling to me. I think that there are many ways of engaging with the world. Many ways of engaging with the world. But then sometimes we conflate some of those ways of engaging with the world. I think there is this artistic way of engaging with the world, this aesthetic way of engaging with the world, and then there's an emotional way of engaging with the world. And they're different. I think they're distinct, very different, and they don't need to mix. Now, they do often mix, but they don't need to mix. And what I'm picking up, what I'm thinking is that we have a situation here where he's reading a poem and it's like sparking the aesthetic sense, but it's not sparking the emotional sense. And he's thinking that it's cold is the word that a person might use if something doesn't feel emotional. If it's not hitting the emotion, it's cold. But it's brilliant. I can see the brilliance, but it's cold. It doesn't have the emotion. To me, I don't care about the emotion. Give me that cold. I like works that are kind of. I like the brilliance. Maybe I should read more Eliot because I've never read any. And it reminds me of Kubrick, for example, Stanley Kubrick. He's got really weird movies that are very strange in the way that they show emotion. The humans don't seem to show any emotions in any normal way, and it doesn't seem to have any emotional resonance. It's just this, but it strikes me. It strikes me with this other sense, whatever that aesthetic sense is, and that to me really it sticks out to me. The reason why I like those is because it's easy to not get distracted, right? If you're looking at a poem or movie or whatever, if you're engaged with some work of art and it's really heavy on the emotions, to me it becomes distracting. But if you get a poem that is pretty much anti-emotion, work of art like Stanley Kubrick, then you're only left with this aesthetic way of engaging, and you can become more familiar with it, and then you can learn how to hone and refine that. That's my a very loose model of how that would go. I remember reading a book from Schoenberg, Arnold Schoenberg, the composer who was a surrealist composer, atonal composer, very weird music. But he was doing an analysis of classical music, and he mentioned that a lot of classical music, there's a big fight in classical music, moving towards the Romantic era of classical music, and then even throughout the whole Romantic era, and then moving in towards the, for beyond the Romantic era. But the highest form of music was seen as not being representative and not being emotional. So not representing anything natural in the world, not representing any situations not representing any emotions. And very specifically, the music was meant to not do that, to not focus on that, and to be pure music without any reference to anything else. And there was, a big debate, big fight back in the day between for the classical musicians in the classical era, moving into the romantic era. As the romantic era became more prominent, you got more people putting a lot more emotion into their work and making it more explicitly emotional. And then eventually getting into a point where things were very explicitly referential, where you get music like, well, obviously you get Beethoven music, and his earlier music is a lot less heavy on the emotion, and later music is pretty explicitly emotional. And you get music like Mahler, where his symphonies are, some of them have some pretty clear references to things. Like you'll have the opening of, I'm not having a good memory here, but I think the opening of the first or the second symphony is pretty clearly sounds like a forest with birds chirping. And then composers were very against that type of thing. Art critics were very against that type of thing. Of course, the general public loved it. It was fantastic. But there's this just large debate in that realm. Once I learned about that type of thing, and I started to expose myself to more art that did not have any explicit emotion, I got more in touch with this aesthetic sense, that I could appreciate art in a way that I personally feel at the time I felt was more direct and less distracting. And I loved it. Nothing more to say.
And the early poems, the proof rock poems. But the Wasteland, it just feels like I can't connect to that poem at all. It just feels, I don't even know how to describe it, but it's not an enjoyable experience. So for me,
I like the idea of a non-enjoyable experience. We're just going to go further into this. Sorry. I'm thinking of, I remember watching for the first time one of my favorite movies, probably just straight up my favorite movie. No, one of my favorite movies. A movie by Tarkovsky called Stalker. Also another one by Tarkovsky called Solaris. Both of them. I had this same experience with both of them. I remember watching them, and I was fascinated by something about them. Mostly the structure of the way that the cinematography and the way that scenes connected to each other was very odd to me. Didn't understand it, but I was really I was into it. I was locked into it. However, I was also bored out of my mind, and I fell asleep. I couldn't stay awake watching these movies. I fell asleep 2 or 3 times trying to watch both of these movies. Just complete boredom out of my mind. Same with Kubrick films, like watching 2001: A Space Odyssey. Oh my God, this is so difficult. Watching Eyes Wide Shut, there's no way. Like I have to prepare. This is a heroic feat to be prepared mentally to be able to sit through 3 hours of one of those boring ass movies. Not enjoyable is definitely what I would say about those movies. Definitely not enjoyable. But it hits something else. It hits something else. Enjoyment is one of those ways of interacting with the world, but the aesthetic appreciation is a whole separate mechanism in the mind. And if you're enjoying something, you might forget the aesthetic appreciation. And if you have no enjoyment, you might be able to see the aesthetic appreciation. That's how I saw it, at least when I was first engaging with that stuff, and that it was awakening something within me, deep inside of me, and that's woken up.
Was at the complete other end of the spectrum. So immediate experience often in his poems, and a very vivid and sort of simple conception of what a poem is and can do. And there's a kind of aliveness in his work, I find, that is really refreshing, and that doesn't rely on or require any literary training. And that's the thing about this particular approach that I use when I teach poems, just inviting students to say what they like about a poem. Anybody can do that.
Yeah.
It's easy. It doesn't require any special skill, or you can just, it's so freeing. I mean, I've seen people just come alive because the intimidation that they have felt around poetry, like, oh, I don't get it, or I'm not smart enough, or I haven't read enough, so I can't say anything that's valuable. You can see people, like, the freedom that comes from dropping that and just saying, wow, I love this image, or I love this line, or, I love the voice of the poem, or whatever it might be. I mean, it's easy to do. Anybody can do that.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's lovely. I do wish that I'm sure there is. I'm sure we can figure it out. We can do this together as a stream. I'm sure we can figure out a way to make the space open for people to say whatever they want, say something very simple, touch into the things that are obvious to them immediately, and also allow for some type of refinement into whether it be the tradition of art criticism as taught in the Western academia. You can go deeper into that, or you can make your own way of analyzing a work of art. But just going deeper into that, I'd like to see a space where we can allow for both, allow for someone to make their own system of refinement, or find their own thing that they deeply appreciate within our art. That's really, it takes a lot of steps. There's a lot to it, and you also allow for the person who just wants to have whatever their immediate experience is the most obvious to them, and then you have the other person who is going deep into the established Western tradition. There's something that I just like about art and art analysis is that if I'm learning about how somebody else is analyzing art, I can see whatever it is that they're obsessed with. I like that a lot. Like I remember reading Kandinsky's work, and this guy is obsessed with shapes and colors, which is like pretty basic stuff. Like he's obsessed with like a circle having some type of energetic thing happening to him. Like if you see a circle, it pulls you in. If you see a triangle, it pushes you out. Stuff like that. Sharp edges do this one thing, and round edges do this other thing. And then if you have a circle occluding another circle, like a circle overlapping another circle, that does something to you. And if you have a color, they all have certain different responses. A black color has a certain feeling, and then the lighter colors have different feelings, and they can all combine. And he has like this full taxonomy that he lays out very clearly in the way that they interact. So then he has like a specific feeling for a circle that is slightly imperfect, that has blue in the middle, but then the outer edges is feathered with purple or pink. And this is like, he has a specific feeling that is being represented with that particular circle. And the same with every shape that he draws. That level of obsession in detail greatly appeals to me. And I'd like to know when other people are so obsessed with some detail, with whatever minute thing, something that I would look over and say, oh, that's just a cool circle, huh? And then they go into all that detail. I'm interested in that. I want to hear more about that. And if more people have more of those things, well, that sounds great to me. And if more people have more of those things, and then we all know what everybody else's obsession is, and we can reference other people's obsession, and then we start to have a community of people who are obsessed with art and have deeply looked into their own thing, then we have a tradition, which is the Western artistic tradition. That's the type of thing I'm into.
And when that is received and amplified by the group, where other people are saying, yeah, I love that too, or I also love this, the poems come alive, and they reveal more of themselves under the light of that collective appreciative attention.
So that's the thing I like, right? If you're obsessed with something, you're revealing more of a poem in one aspect, right? You're revealing more about a work of art in this single aspect. You know, if we're looking at a Kubrick film and we want to appreciate films, and as a part of that appreciation, we want to look into the background artwork. And as a part of that, we want to see the culture and ethnicity of the person who created the artwork that is appearing in the background of a shot in a movie. Now, this is something that Kubrick is caring about. He's writing about this in his notebooks about how important it is to have, you know, artworks made by a Native American that is put into this particular shot. You know, and then if you're just watching the movie, you have no idea who made the work of art. And it's definitely not important what the ethnicity of the person who made the work of art is. You probably don't even notice the work of art in the movie. But this is something that he's obsessed with. And you can just go deeper into that thing that he's obsessed with. I like that. I like that. That's what I'm fascinated with. I've never had this experience, though, that John is talking about, of having a group analysis. I think it would be cool if there's a group analysis of art in a non-academic setting. I've never done it in an academic setting either, but I'm kind of out of the academic setting at the moment. So it'd be cool to have that in a non-academic setting. Like set up a party to read a poem or look at a painting or movie or something like that, and then have discussions about it and have this appreciative attention where, as he's saying, you look at something and then more of the art reveal itself within whatever aspect you're looking at or related aspects to it. And more of it reveals itself and more of it reveals itself. But of course, to me, this sounds like, as I just alluded to before, it sounds like he's just creating the foundation of somebody revealing more about the art, getting really deep into it. And then you know what other people are seeing within the art, and then you're just creating a different new tradition. It just sounds like the same thing as the Western tradition of art analysis.
It's really quite remarkable, and the entire group intelligence becomes enlivened with this sort of warmth and appreciation. It's no longer competitive, you know, like I want to say something smarter than everybody else, or I want to show people what I know, you know, and that sort of thing, or I want to present like an interpretation of the whole poem. So it's quite a refreshing change from the experience that people often have in school, which so often makes people hate poetry because they feel like, well, I don't get it. It's frustrating. And so they just sort of turn away from it.
Yeah, don't be frustrated. Frustration sucks. Frustration is lame. Don't do that. Don't turn away from something. Don't make yourself frustrated and then turn away from it. That's just lame. I had the instinctual thought that also, in addition to frustration being lame, showing people how smart you are is lame, or wanting to be smarter than other people is lame. But maybe not. Yeah, maybe some people just want to be smarter than other people. What's so bad about that? I don't like it because, let me tell you why I don't like it. When I was a kid, I used to be a bit of an intellectual bully. I'd do some research on topics to be smarter than other people, and then present those topics and then be smarter than them about it. And it was fun to me, and it still is fun. It's a bit of fun. It's just fun to watch people squirm and try to figure something out when they don't know how to figure it out. I like it. It's a kind of a cool activity. But then at some point I recognized that as being very distracting for some other things that I wanted to experience and explore. So I stopped doing that and I started exploring those other things, and that was pretty cool too. Enjoyed that a lot. And yeah, that at that point, then I was pretty against this whole idea of wanting to appear smart or showing people how smart you are. But now, whatever, man. Some people like to be smart. who cares? I mean, people cares, but there's some people want to be valued in the world in particular ways. Some people want to be appreciated in the world for particular reasons, right? You can be appreciated for ways and reasons that you don't want to be appreciated. And you might want to reject those things. We actually earlier talked about the lustful gaze of the poet's wife, the earlier poem that we read at the poetry reading. It kind of reminds me of that, where the author of the poem is looking at a woman in a sexual way. And sometimes people don't want to be seen in that way. They don't want to be appreciated for that reason. Sure. But then other times they do. So sometimes it's fine. And I'm making the analogy. I'm saying that because it's very similar to being smart. Some people want to be seen as smart. Some people don't want to be seen as smart sometimes. Sometimes it's a little bit, colloquially speaking, it's a little cringe to want to be seen as smart. And it's also a little bit cringe to want to be seen sexually sometimes. All these things are a little bit cringe, but some people want to, at some points in their life, some moments in their day, some people want to be appreciated for certain particular reasons. So if you want to be appreciated as being the smartest person in the room, man, I don't know. It seems lame to me, but I'm saying all this to say maybe it's not that lame, but it does seem lame to me. But whatever. It might not be that lame.
And this is a way of kind of reestablishing a more fruitful and friendly relationship with poems. Yeah.
In the Dharma of poetry, you do nonetheless say that poetry can be morally instructive. But you make an important distinction. A sort of show, don't tell, it seems, kind of distinction.
Yeah.
You say, without, to quote you, without ever making a direct assertion about how one should live. I wonder if you might say something about that. How is it, in your view, that poetry can have moral instruction in it? And why is it important to show rather than tell?
Yeah. That's a great question. The way I talk about it in the book is that poems can be exemplary. They can exemplify modes of awareness, modes of attention, and ways of behaving in the world that we might choose to emulate, we might choose to adopt as our own. So to use my own example, to keep coming back to Williams, so I learned from him how to look at the world, how to pay attention. And that is not obviously a moral act, and yet I think it is actually. Learning to attend to the world with a kind of mindfulness and warm-heartedness does have a moral dimension. I mean, if we move through the world in that way, we're more likely to be kind, to be patient, and to value the world and not just kind of stop through it as we might otherwise be tempted to do. So ways of attending to the world, I think poems come out of exceptional states of consciousness. The best poems do. I think they arise when the poet is in a flow state, is one way to describe it. But the poet is embodying, expressing a quality of awareness that is really powerful. And when we read a poem and we attune to that, we can absorb it and begin to see that we too can look at the world in this way. We can move through the world in this appreciative way. We can cultivate those states of awareness in ourselves. And, the poem that I start with, the Isa poem, where he says, where he cautions the cricket to, he says, "I'm going to roll over, so please move, cricket." And that I think has a ethical, moral dimension of just like, okay, how do we treat other creatures? How do we engage with the world in that way so that we don't cause harm? Um, so that too, the way poets behave in their poems can serve as an example of how we might choose to live. So it's different from poems that tell us, what to do or how to think or what to believe. I don't especially like those poems, those kinds of poems, but they can, give us examples of how to move through the world and yeah, how to engage with it in our awareness.
I wonder why he has a dislike of the directness of just telling somebody something. If a poem just tells you directly what is moral to do, he doesn't like it. So I wonder what the difference is between this sort of show don't tell mentality, this really direct versus indirect, telling somebody something indirectly versus telling them directly. And I'm wondering also how that relates to the notion that he likes simple poems. He likes poems that don't have all these interconnected references and so on and so forth, complexities. So in that, it seems like there would be to me, it seems like there would be a connection between simplicity and directness. They're just simple, and you can just tell somebody what to morally feel about the poem, or the behavior to enact after having read the poem more directly. I don't know about this idea of poems needing to be created from an exemplary state. Of course, he doesn't define what an exemplary state is, so we don't know. He doesn't say it needs to be. He's saying the best poems are created from an exemplary state. I'd like to hear much more detail about that. What are these exemplary states? Which poems specifically, and how do you determine what the poem is written from an exemplary state? Because I would think that he only has his own poems to reference in terms of knowing what state he was in when he wrote the poem, and whether or not it was a good poem, whether or not it was the best poem. So that's curious to me. I've written a lot of music in my day. I still write a lot of music. I wrote a lot of music. And some of them are written from a state that would not include a lot of thoughts or thinking, similar to what he's saying about the flow state, just like the thinking mind that is not active. And some of them are written with the thinking mind being extremely, extremely active. And some of them are written in a way that the thinking mind had to have been active before to train something, and then the thinking mind goes away and allows the training to play itself out. That type of thing. I don't know if that counts as flow state or not. But anyway, I'd like to hear more about that. I don't think in my own personal artistic output, I'm not even mostly drawn to the music that I wrote when I wasn't thinking, or when I was in some sort of whatever could be called a flow state. There's a lot of songs I like that are very thoughtful. It took a lot of effort to write. These are mostly older songs. I honestly don't write in that way anymore. I wish I could sometimes. I would like to. It just doesn't happen. It's just the mind doesn't actively come up in that way. Hard to focus. I've been trying to relearn it. It's hard to focus in that way, have the mind actively thinking. Yeah. Another thing is the idea that he mentioned of the exemplary states transferring to the audience. The exemplary states of the author transferring to the audience as the audience reads or absorbs the work of art. Now, I don't think that I'm wondering, I don't think that most of the time when you engage with the work of art that you're picking up exactly what the artist was feeling as they were writing it. I do think that there is a possibility for the artist to curate a particular mental state and transfer that via writing or art in general. But whether they were feeling it at the time, that's a whole other subject. But I do like this. I do like the having an artwork have a specific mental state that is induced into the person. This is something I like about koans. This is why I like koans so much. Right? If you read a koan, it can very easily change the way that you're thinking or feeling, or your whole cognition changes. And there's lots of different aspects of this cognition. Right? We have if we think about this in a very strained and academic way. So if you know anything about John Vervaeke, he's got these 4 ways of knowing that he talks about. 4 ways of knowing. You have the propositional knowing, procedural knowing, propositional knowing, procedural knowing, perspectival knowing, and participatory knowing. You have these 4 ways of knowing. 4 ways of knowing things. And a particular poem can influence all of those. A poem can, obviously, if you're interacting with the poem, you might learn some propositions about the poem. That's very clear and simple and easy to understand. Propositional means facts. You learn facts. You can learn facts from the poem. You can learn facts about the poem. And further, what he's saying here about poems being morally instructive. So they change the way that you're behaving in the world. They can change the way that the procedures that you do within the world. And they can change those procedures to have particular effects so that you get skills or you become more powerful. I'm trying to use the language of John Vervaeke. That's why I'm saying those words, skills and powerful. You become powerful with procedural learning. If you have particular power in the world, you get a particular skill. The same thing with the poetry. You can have poetry give you some particular behavior which leads to moral or ethical outcomes. But then a poem can also change your perspective, right? It can open you to new, different perspectives on the world. It can introduce those perspectives. The artist, the poem itself, or the artist can be presenting a perspective, and then you can embody those perspectives within the world. And that's something that koans do pretty well. I like the koans doing that. They usually have very clearly presenting a duality. This is kind of a typical type of koan. They're usually presenting a very clear duality. There's usually 2 characters, at least 2 characters in the koan. So they're presenting these 2 characters, and then you can see the world between, in one of their perspectives. First character's perspective, second character's perspective, both of their perspectives at the same time. The perspective of the world itself, you generally jump between all the perspectives pretty easily and pretty cleanly with koans. And then you have the participatory knowing, which is how you're participating with the environment, like how you and the environment are shaping each other. It's like you're an active participant in the environment, in the world. And in this case, you would be an active participant in the poem. And specifically with koans, this is why I love koans. All koans, a lot of koans, the koans collection, there's collections of koans. And generally, the koan collection has an introduction by the person who is presenting the collection. And then they have commentary by the person who is presenting the collection. And then you have modern editions. So there are like multiple different, like koans oftentimes have the koan, and then they're presented with commentary. And then you'll have later, like chronologically in our historical timeline, you have later the same koan will be presented. And then in that presentation of the koan, it will have the past commentary from somebody else, and then a new commentary by the person who's presenting the koan. And then further, chronological, you could get into like modern presentations of koans, and they generally have the koan, you might have commentary from like 3 or 4 different people who are Zen, masters or Zen monks who are respected Zen monks, and then you add your commentary to it, and you just have this long chain. And then as a part of that, all of the commentary becomes a part of the koan. Like the commentary is a part of the koan. You start to engage with the commentary in the same way that you engage with the koan itself, and it just changes the way that you view yourself, and it changes the world. Anyway, saying that all to say is that the koans engage this participatory, because you can add to the koan. You can interpret the koan in a particular way and then add that as a part of the commentary. Then other people jump in and add to that. So you are an active part of the koan. You're participating with the koan, and the koan is shaping you, and then you're shaping the koan itself. So you have this dynamic interaction with all of these koans, and that creates some sense of, well, in John Vervaeke's terms, you will create a sense of belonging. Perhaps in the Zen term, it creates this non-separation, right? Because you can realize that you are the koan and the koan is you, and blah, blah, blah. All that. It's great. It's lovely. There are all these ways that you can engage with art. I don't remember what I was talking about. There are different ways of engaging with art. And that's what I like about it. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about koans. It's lovely. I was talking about the artist presenting their perspective, giving their mental state to you. But there's more that koan. All these poems can do lots of different things. There are a lot of things that poems can do. Unfortunately, we don't hear a lot about poems, people interpreting poems and that being a part of the poem. Right now, you can be a participant in the poem. That's not something that we hear lots about. That'd be cool though. That's a bit of why I'm doing the stream, right? I'm participating with this video from Guru Viking. I liked it. I wanted to participate with it, so I'm adding to it. So the poem, this art, this YouTube video is shaping me in a way, and I can shape it too, because all these people are alive and might engage with this in some way, and kind of creates this participation where we're all interacting with each other. We can all be active participants in whatever this culture of YouTube videos is that we are engaging with. Interviews in this artistic community, spiritual community, I guess. All of us participating. And that's what I like about poems.
What is the unmistakable whiff of ego?
Unmistakable, but also maybe indescribable.
Wait, did Guru Viking not say anything? I guess he never says anything. All right, that's it. I sometimes expect Guru Viking to be like an interviewer that kind of interacts, says more things, but he just asks a question and just moves on. He doesn't really say anything. All right, Guru Viking.
Unmistakable, but also maybe indescribable. Yeah, that's a little hard to pinpoint, but I mean, I certainly the difference in my own work when I'm writing from a flow state of consciousness where the ego sort of disappears for a while, and you become a conduit for something that is larger than yourself, that just comes through you. And so you're not trying to control what happens on the page quite so much. You're being led, you're being guided. It's a wonderful experience. And I'm sure you're a writer. I'm sure you've had those moments where you felt like something's coming through me that I wasn't aware of before, that I wasn't planning to say. That's the absence of ego. Ego comes into the picture when there's too much of an overt desire to control what comes and to create certain effects. And, I think I mean, I can definitely feel that in my own work. When my writing goes in that direction, I can quickly see that, like, okay, this is not me writing from my true self. This is the ego taking over. This is the ego speaking. And maybe again, it's the desire to create a certain kind of effect, to appear smart or elegant or noble or whatever it might be. That can be something that you can, I think, attune to and see when it shows up on the page.
As I've been saying here, I'm very, very pro control in art. I'm very pro refinement. I like it. I wonder what more of what he mean by ego, just picking up from the context of what he's saying. Ego being thoughts and control or any sort of directing. I like it. Most of the music now I produce, though, I write a lot of music. Write might be a bit too strong to say. Like, I play music and I record myself playing the music, but I'm mostly playing improv. I do that very often. Several times a week. Almost never really controlling what I'm trying to do. Not really thinking about doing anything specific. But I used to do a lot of specific things, and I love it. I loved it, and I loved that music from when I used to do that. And I would like to train to be able to do that more again. I think of artwork. I mentioned already Kubrick before. It was like highly, highly refined, highly controlled. That sings to me. There's a book that I like. It's called House of Leaves. And this book is, again, a highly, highly, highly refined and highly controlled. It's cool because it's got a bit of a high and low to it. The book is about art criticism, partially. But it's also kind of making a connection between academic art criticism and a person who is, let's say, I don't know how to say it. Schizotypal, maybe? Schizotypal? Crazy. A crazy person. I don't know how to say it in a nicer way. And it's not meant to be, I think the character is meant to be a bit crazy. He's a crazy person. He's a little bit psychotic. He's a bit manic. Not in a normal sense, in a outlandish kind of sense. Anyway, there's a connection between the way that academics are and the way that crazy people are. And the main connection is like making these references to lots of things that are seemingly unrelated. That's highlighted in this book. It's called House of Leaves. It's a great book anyway. It's cool because it has the academic person presenting things in very in very like structured way that seems like it's logical, but then it's contrasted by having this crazy person just say things in this very weird way, unrefined, manic, crazy way. And it becomes very, very quickly obvious that they're very similar. Very, very similar. In any case, the overall book is extremely well organized and highly refined. But it has that appreciation of high and low. I like it. I like it a lot. I also like the music of Haydn, Joseph Haydn, Austrian composer, pretty much the foundation of classical music, like classical era music, pretty much. Everything that he was doing was just continued and refined on up until the modern era. Probably still beyond the modern era, but he's kind of, his ideas were the foundation. It's almost like similar to like Plato and how philosophy is just iterations on Plato's ideas, right? It's that type of thing. I like that refinement. I like the fact that when you have that type of refinement, then people can iterate on it, and then people can very easily pick up on particular parts of it and then extend it and elaborate on it. I like it. Does that have the whiff of ego? He doesn't know how to describe it. He can say that it's an unmistakable whiff of ego, but it's also indescribable. Unmistakable and indescribable. He doesn't know how to tell us what it is. And loosely can tell us how to find it. And I think based on his way of finding it, which is just the simply finding if somebody has control, if somebody's thinking, then it has the whiff of ego. I got that whiff of ego.
But it's a little hard. It's not like there's a hard and fast rule around, how to recognize that. But I think you can sort of know it when you see it.
Oh, when you see it.
You write here that a poet may be defined as one who stops.
I think I make that statement in the discussion of Frost stopping by woods on a snowy evening, where the entire poem is predicated on Frost stopping and looking into this field and just watching the snow fall. And the horse, she says, my little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near. The horse is accustomed to, going on this route, accustomed to just following habit. And so to stop without an ostensible reason for doing so is puzzling to the horse. And, in that sense, the horse might be an embodiment of our own kind of ongoing habitual momentum. And so a poet is someone who is able to step out of that, to step out of one's habitual momentum, and to stop and look at the world, look at his or her or their own experience in a way that we can't do when we've got our heads down and we're just moving through the world in a purely pragmatic kind of way. Yeah, so just the sense of stepping outside the flow of experience and bringing a quality of awareness to it that depends upon one's ability to slow down.
I like that a lot, of course. I like that a lot. Of course, you can see that I edited it in a particular way. So, I put a little emphasis on it because I liked it. I like this slowing down. I don't know if that's the artist's role or whatever, but it's a cool thing to say. I don't think I agree with it, to the letter, to the word, but I like it. I just like it. I like how he said it too. I like it. I like the poem. The horse must think it queer that I stopped without a farmhouse near. This is such a great. I don't know who wrote that poem. I didn't remember the name, but this is cool. I like it. I like that, to cultivate that mentality to just stop and appreciate something, to learn how to do that. I think it's a skill that you can develop. That's cool.
And to not be just carried along by the mind's momentum, by the, kind of proliferation of thought or just doing what one has always done. Stopping may not be the most precise word, but I thought the Frost poem gives us a great example of that, that he chooses to stop for no good reason, for no practical reason, and then has this incredibly rich experience of watching the snow fall and his emotional response to that, which is really lovely, but would not happen if he had just sort of kept his head down and gone about his way. So
I'm thinking of poetry that I've read and also poetry that I've heard in various contexts, good and bad. Or should we say less effective and more effective? What about this quality of profundity in poetry? Poetry seems to have this ability to communicate profundity, sometimes in a way that there's no real way of putting it into words. The poem doesn't seem to do it, and I, as a listener or reader, can't express it, but nonetheless, it's there.
Yeah.
But also, I can remember experiences of listening to poetry that attempted to reach for profundity. It was clear that there was a reaching for that. There was an attempt, an overt attempt, I suppose, through various means to recreate that transmission of profundity, but it failed almost because it was so overt. How does a poet achieve profundity without...
I don't even know what profundity means. I wish we had got a definition. We're not going to get a definition of what he means by profundity. I think it just means, from the dictionary, it just means intense or deep, which I think is a metaphor. I don't know if that actually means anything. I think it's a metaphor. Anyway, it's kind of interesting to me because I'm thinking that the poems or the works of art that have this obsession with certain things, like I'm thinking about Kubrick films, they're pretty intense in some particular things, and they're pretty deep in certain things. Hey, good morning. The tea that I'm drinking today, it's a pu'er. It's Midnight Oracle from Mayleaf. Very nice. So I feel like having lots of different elements that are highly refined is profound in itself, perhaps. Now, I don't think that's exactly what they mean. They're not going to clarify what they mean. Maybe profound means something more about emotions or something like that. I don't know. But you know, there's something that they mean specific about profundity. But how do you get to profundity without all that? I don't know. Let's go. Hey, what's up? You like the glow UI? Yeah, I thought that was cool. Trying to upgrade the stream a little bit.
Does a poet achieve profundity without obscuring that profundity in the reaching for it?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. I mean, I think you're absolutely right that poems that reach for it, that are striving for some kind of wisdom or profundity, are doomed to fail. I think that, you know, it's again this idea of the poet as a conduit, that you get out of your own way, you let the ego dissolve to the extent that it can, and just you open to something that is bigger than you are, that you didn't know that you knew, and you just allow something to come through you and to be guided by something that is beyond your conscious control. And that may or may not take you to something profound, but it creates the conditions for wisdom to enter. Precisely because you have let the ego and the desire to control or the desire to say something significant, you've let that recede into the background, into its kind of proper supportive role. And so there's a quality of allowing that. I mean, of course, we cultivate that in meditation, right? I mean, we cultivate this sense of allowing, not trying to control our minds or our experience.
I wonder if he means something. So I said something similar where I said that certain things should be secondary, but I meant it more as there's not really a primary and a secondary. I wonder if when he says support, he's doing the same type of thing where there's nothing that is actually being supported and everything is like a flat hierarchy, not a hierarchy to say a flat hierarchy, where everything is on equal playing field. Or does he mean that specifically it's actually supporting something and there is something that is on the top of the hierarchy that needs to be supported? That's kind of curious to me. I wonder. But he doesn't like this control. I mean, he's against this controlling mind. I just don't feel like I guess, I don't know. I don't feel like a conduit for art. Maybe this is why my art isn't so good. I like it though. I think it's great. I don't know. I don't have this. I don't have a very strong connection to this state of feeling like a conduit for expressing the world or something of that nature. I've never felt that before. But I have made a lot of art without thinking. I've made a lot of art while thinking. So, you know, I had that.
That sort of openness can be a way for profundity or wisdom to move through us into the poem. And it's, it's a gift when that happens. And
what are these subtitles? I put subtitles. I edited this video to have subtitles and other things. I did a couple other things. I mostly cut out all the stuff in the video that I wasn't going to comment on. I watched the video. I wrote a bit of notes, and I just removed all the parts that I would not comment on and added subtitles so that it'd be easier to follow. That's my idea, at least. And this is the start of just trying to, I mentioned it a little bit earlier about participatory engagement with art. And this is kind of what I'm flexing. This is what I'm flexing here. Participating with the art. This is like this video. I started watching the video and I was like, oh, I love this video. I'm so into it that after watching like 10 minutes of it, and I wanted to watch it on stream, and I had the inclination that I could do something to make it focus on only the parts that I would want to comment on and actually be participating with. I didn't think in that word participatory, but I'm just saying that because I was thinking about it earlier today. I wanted to cut this video to be only what I could actually interact with, and so that I could have, so there's a little bit of value add to watching this stream, and only the parts that I can contribute to are as a part of the stream. And then I added the subtitles. It's partially AI. It's partially me. You'll see some of the subtitles are scuffed because it's AI in that sense. I think it's fun. I liked it. I thought it was very funny personally, like going through and there's just something funny about it to me. The subtitles are funny to me. It's a little bit of a joke. Some of them being scuffed is pretty funny. Some of them having like emoji and all that kind of stuff. I think it's hilarious. So see that as a little funny joke. And there's going to be like some parts that have slightly different subtitles, just for emphasis. I wanted to emphasize certain sections by doing that.
And I think it's pretty rare for all but the most genius of poets. But when it happens, it's wonderful because in a poem, it's embodied. There's a kind of a richness when wisdom shows up in a poem rather than in prose or in some other form. Poems have this embodiment of richness that can make the experience of whatever teaching quality that the poem might have, make that much more impactful and easier to absorb. Yeah.
How does a poet find beautiful language? Find language that bucks the trend of cliche without falling into, I suppose, exotic verbiage for its own sake?
Yeah. That is the challenge. How to make the language fresh and vivid and engaging without straining after poetic effects. That is very challenging. And my poems are very conversational. The language is not exalted. It's hard. I think that for me, the first rule is the language has to feel natural. And sometimes when I work with, I mentor some younger poets, and they'll say things in their poems that you would never actually say to another person speaking. And that always feels artificial to me. And I feel like if you're saying something in a poem that you would never actually hear another person speak, that should probably be, eliminated or changed in some way.
It's interesting to me because, again, I like the refined poems. So if somebody's saying something in poems that are just not at all what you would say in natural life, that sticks out to me as something that's I like it. I also do like when poems are more natural language. That's cool too. But I like the refined and careful alignment or harmony of certain things and making clear relationships between certain things. I like it a whole lot, actually. But he wants to eliminate it. It needs to be changed if it's not natural speech. Another thing to me, just thinking about the question that was asked about how do you find language for a poem? I personally, for whatever reason, what appeals to me in poetry is the rhythm, not the specific language. So I mostly like when poems have a consistent or somewhat consistent meter. Let me give it just a very, I can give an example by, all right, I didn't prepare for this, but I can give an example. I'm going to read, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read a little bit. This is a poem by Edgar Allan Poe. It's called For Annie. Let's read a little bit of it. I'm not going to show it on screen. Am I? Hold on. I might share it on screen. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, I can't do this. All right. Maybe I can't do it. Okay. I'll figure it out maybe. All right. But anyway, the poem, very simple poem. I'm just going to read a little bit of it. It starts with, thank heaven the crisis, the danger is past, and the lingering illness is over at last, and this fever called living is conquered at last. So that to me, extremely appealing. I like it a lot. All right. We're still in scuffed territory. We're still majorly in scuffed territory, but here we go. Something messed up but made it look too big. Here we go. There it is. There we go. Oh, here we go. All right, there we go. Oh, we got a poem here we can see. Thank heaven the crisis, the danger is past, and the lingering illness is over at last, and the fever called living is conquered at last. Sadly, I know I'm shorn of my strength, and no muscle I move as I lie at full length. But no matter, I feel I'm better at life. The rhythmic quality. I like that. So in that sense, you don't really need any special poetic language. You just have to figure out how to have some sort of a somewhat consistent rhythm. That's my own personal appeal to poetry. Here's another poem. At the edge of the pond in the circle of light, as I wake to the whispers that gather by night, in the stillness of breath, now we settle like sand by the old wooden door, empty hand lift a veil, where the ink of the page leaves no trace of the tongue. Like the crane made of silk, it unfolds in the air. This is a poem that has another rhythm that I like. I like rhythm. I like rhythm. I don't like rhyming as much, but I like rhythm. So, to be poetic, for me, simple way of doing it is have a consistent rhythm.
But I think the language is inherently musical. And so there too, you just kind of have to let the musical qualities of the language, to let its sonic dimensions, its rhythmic dimensions, just sort of come forth naturally without too much manipulation. And of course, one is always paying a great deal more attention to the language when you're writing a poem than you are typically when you're just speaking. But nevertheless, I think allowing the language, the music that's inherent in the language, the sound qualities, the rhythmic qualities, to, insofar as possible, let that come through without too much manipulation. And I think, for me, when I read the poets who I love most, Elizabeth Bishop, for example, James Schuyler is another, the lyricism is very subtle, but it's really powerful. And you absorb that. You absorb the musical dimension of poetry from reading other poets, and that will come into your own work. in a way that is transformed by your own engagement with it, but still kind of carries some of the flavor of the poets that you've been reading. So yeah, it's not easy.
All right, we gotta pause for one slight moment, just because I had to pee. BRB. It'd be cool if I could do this, huh? If I could have like a slight BRB screen like this. Isn't that kind of cool? Anyway, BRB. Wow, such good music. I wonder what John thinks about AI in terms of AI art, because that would be much more like if you're making art with AI, usually not a lot of thought going into it. There's not a lot of thought necessary to get something that's really fully fleshed out. And it's kind of like a mix of the culture and mental states from many parts of the culture. I don't know. I just wonder. Anyway. We're learning about profundity, I believe.
So, yeah, it's not easy what you're asking.
Reading poetry aloud, how should we approach that? There can be a tendency to somehow read it in a very unnatural rhythm, emphasizing certain words, a sort of poetic, put-on poetic emphasis. On the other hand, can one be too conversational and throw away? I sometimes hear people reading poetry trying to avoid that kind of very stilted, overly, quote-unquote, poetic approach, and then almost throw the poem away with the casualness of it.
Right.
How can we read a poem so that the poem can come through with our reading as a vehicle for it rather than as a sort of impediment for it?
Yeah.
I wish I could share. So there's a movie that I like a lot. Actually, I don't know if I like it a lot. There's a movie that I'm aware of and I've seen. No, I like it a lot. Okay, Orson Welles. I just love Orson Welles and all the movies that he writes. And it's Othello, the Shakespeare play. And Orson Welles, the presentation of it, it's very strange because Orson Welles has this voice. He has this voice. It's an amazing, amazing voice that's very poetic, might be the right word to say. Like, it's very performative. It's like he used to be what do you call it? I don't know what you call it. He used to do stage plays. He did stage plays early in his career, and then he transitioned to doing radio, and then he transitioned to movies. I think that's the order of operations. But he has this voice. It's very performative, as if he were on a stage, and he's doing Othello, which is a Shakespearean play. And I think the entire poem, I think the entire play is written in blank verse, which is like iambic pentameter without rhymes. So I think it is all like rhythmically, all of the syllables for every word has like a specific rhythm to it. So it sounds like it's poetic. If you were to read it in that way, most people who read Shakespeare would read it in that way to emphasize certain words to make it seem like it's actually a poem. But the way that Orson Welles does it in Othello, he doesn't do it that way. He does it in a way that's much more conversational. So it seems like it's just a person. It just seems like everyone's just speaking naturally, but there's like a subtle hint of this like rhythmic underpinning. But then Orson Welles also has this really interesting way of speaking that sounds very poetic. So anyway, there's just like this weird mix of things with that particular movie that I thought about as I'm hearing this. But Guru Viking is also talking about how some people present their poems with a special emphasis that make it very clear that they're speaking poetically. That's my interpretation of slam poetry. In slam poetry, they often emphasize words in specific ways that make it seem much more poetic. I don't really like it personally. I think it's a little weird. All right, it's a whole subculture that I don't really understand. I do like it sometimes. I have enjoyed some slam poetry, but I can understand that that's a bit strange. But then there's the other side. The other side of where you're just like reading a poem and it sounds like you're not reading a poem. Let's read a poem that doesn't sound like we're reading a poem. All right, we had an example. We had a moment ago. He mentioned Elizabeth Bishop, who is a poet who has what he called particular rhythm in the way that she speaks or writes poems. Let's listen to, a couple seconds of this poem. We're not going to read the whole thing or listen to the whole thing. Let's record it.
This one will have to be changed, as you see, somehow. I don't know how at the end, but I'll read it the way it is now. It's called Filling Station. All of it is dirty, this little filling station, oil-soaked, oil permeated to a disturbing overall black translucency. Be careful with that match. Father wears a dirty, oil-soaked monkey suit that cuts him under the arms. and several quick and saucy and greasy sons assist him. It's a family filling station, all quite thoroughly dirty.
But you heard a little bit of that. It's pretty casual. She's just speaking very casually. But then the pauses are kind of what makes it seem more poetic. The fact that she takes certain breaths in between certain lines is all that you need to have the sense of poetic reading. Having a little bit of a rhythm in how you take each word gives you the sense that you're coming into a new world. Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's pretty conversational. It's pretty simple in terms of the rhythmic structure and stuff. So I can kind of see that. But then, you can read a poem so naturally that you lose it. Oh, but it's dirty. A little filling station, oil soaked and oil permitted. And it says disturbing all over black translucency. Careful with that match. Father was a dirty, oiled, soaked monkey suit and cuts under the arms with several quick and saucy. You kind of lose the poem. It's fine though. All right, but let's hear more.
Well, yeah, there too, I think it's a question of finding the sweet spot, the middle way between a kind of a self-consciously performative way of reading the poems in this artificial voice, which is, I think is deadly. I so stop engaging when I hear that voice. And then the other extreme is, as you say, so casual that it feels like it's just being thrown away, and you can't tell, like, is the poet still giving the introduction to the poem, or is this now the poem? I've had that experience where you think, wait, I guess the poem started. I didn't realize it.
You're probably just distracted by the guy's wife. Okay, that's the problem. The reference to the earlier poem, he wrote a poem earlier. Anyway, I read the poem, actually. He wrote the poem. But isn't it cool, though? Like, if somebody has a poem and the introduction to the poem and like the natural language, they're all blended together in such a way that you can't distinguish one from the other. I guess it'd be cool if the natural language was elevated to a more poetic. The natural language seemed more poetic, and the poetic language seemed more natural, and they meet in a middle point. But then there's no distinction between them. But he likes when there is a clear distinction. This is when the poem is starting, and the poem has now ended. Yeah, I like it. I like that too. I like to know when the poem has started and ended. But the idea of somebody sneaking a poem, you're just talking to them naturally, and then they start reciting a poem, but you can't tell that they are reciting a poem because they're speaking so naturally. That type of thing appeals to me also. That'd be interesting.
So yeah, finding a sweet spot in there and just letting the poem itself guide you. I mean, I think when you're reading the poem, if you're really attuned to the language, if you're really sensitive to the language and to the rhythms of the poem, it will come through if you just allow it, with, again, not trying to control it too much, but also giving it some energy, giving it some aliveness, your own aliveness, bringing that into the reading of the poem is always helpful. Yeah.
What role, if any, do you see for memorization in a poet's formation, in a poet's ongoing education and nourishment?
Yeah, that's a great question. I myself have not practiced a lot of memorization. I mean, there's certain poems that I have memorized, and Frost is a great example. I was reading a biography of Frost recently, and this writer, I can't remember his name, said that it's difficult to not to memorize Frost poems. If you read them enough, they're so memorable. They just kind of stick, and you find like, oh my God, I know that poem by heart. I wasn't even trying. So I'm probably not the best person to speak to this because I haven't done a lot of memorization, but I know, many poets find that really, really helpful to commit poems to memory. But since I don't do that, it's hard for me to speak to the benefits of that. What I will say is, and this is sort of related, I think rereading poems is profoundly important. So the poems that I love most, I have read hundreds of times. And so I have absorbed them, even if I can't recite them. I have had a deep, profound experience with the poem many, 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 many times. So I have seen different things in it. I've had a different experience of the poem, but more than that, I have absorbed it. So it's in me.
This is again one of the things I love about koans, for example. You generally read them multiple times, or you keep it in your mind for a long time, and then you get to the different perspectives. Right back to that whole idea of propositional knowing, procedural knowing, perspectival knowing, and participatory knowing. And he's saying that you get different perspectives. You read the poem multiple times, so you can see it from different perspectives. You get different aspects of it. I like that. I like that a lot. I think that any work of art, any engagement with a work of art, is essentially an evaluation of if it's worth watching again or worth engaging with again every single time, right? Like I like to reread. I like to rewatch everything, movies, songs, YouTube videos. I've watched this YouTube video like 7 times. Okay. Partially just because I was editing it, but watching it, really enjoying it. I like it. I like it a lot. And I'm glad to be rewatching it now. There's something about the rewatch that appeals to me very greatly appeals to me. And it's because of that perspective thing. Like I can watch it in one way or engage with a work of art in the first time. And I just get kind of, there's an obvious engagement is what I'm calling it. There's an obvious engagement. There's a way to engage with it, and it happens kind of naturally. Then you go a step deeper into something that is less obvious, right? There's a hierarchy of the most obvious way to engage with the work, and then slightly less obvious and slightly less obvious, and then all the way into the least obvious way. I don't think there is the least obvious way, but you get the picture. You could keep going until you get further to away from the most obvious way of engaging with it into less obvious ways. I like it. I like it a whole lot, actually. I like it a whole lot.
It's sort of in my nervous system, and it's part of my poetic metabolism, I guess, would be one way of saying it.
It gets inside of you. It starts to change you. This again of participatory knowing, where the poetry changes you, but it shapes you. But then you also have to shape it. You can shape it if you do something to shape it. You can shape it. It can shape you. It's one of those ways that you can interact with the world and interact with poetry.
It's deeply within, and I think that's really important to reread poems, especially poems that one finds particularly meaningful or powerful.
But I think this is a whole aspect of analysis, right? You can read a poem, as we said earlier. You like the poem. He wants you to go into the entry door of a poem, being how you feel about it and enjoying it, pleasure. But then once you're there, you can view it from a different angle. Now I just want to do a structural analysis of the poem. Now I just want to do an analysis of the rhythm of the poem. Now I want to only do a cultural analysis of the poem. Now I want to do an analysis. You can analyze it in these different ways, and they're essentially adopting different perspectives to view the poem. And then when you view the poem in those different perspectives, then the poem, there's a new way. I don't know how to say this. The thing that he meant when he said when he was merging, that thing, that whatever that was, whatever that is, with the poem in this new way or in a different way. And you can do it with many different ways.
To not just sort of read them a few times and feel like, oh, well, now I know that poem. But to keep coming back.
This is what I said about the knowing, right? You have different ways of knowing. You have do I have to go through them again? I'm going to go through them again. You have the way of knowing that it's just a set of facts. And you probably do know the poem if you just read it one time, if it's short enough, or you just have reference to it. You have all the facts, or you have a lot of the facts of the poem. So you know the poem in that way. But then you can start to behave in the way that the poem is encouraging you to behave, following the model. And then that's a knowing of the poem in a different way. Then you know the poem in a different way because you're having particular behaviors, right? And then you can have different perspectives that the poem introduces. And that's a whole different way of knowing the poem. And then you can change the poem. You can interact in the way that the poem changes, and you change because of the poem. And that's a whole other way of knowing the poem. And these are all ways of knowing a work of art.
And re-engaging. I think that's really important.
Henry Shukman and John Brehm.
I'm so delighted, over the moon, in fact, quoting you, John.
We're coming into a second episode here, okay? So the first episode was just John Brehm by himself. Now we have Henry Shukman joining us in the podcast. Hey, Henry, come on in. Hey, join us, Henry. Welcome. Let's move out here. Hey, a new challenger has appeared. We got someone else joining us. What's up, Henry?
In your book, The Dharma of Poetry, this is a book about poetry as a source of wisdom. It argues not that poems are or should be didactic or prophetic, or that poets should be regarded as sages, making grand pronouncements about the meaning of life, but that poems embody and implicitly endorse ways of being in the world that anyone engaged in spiritual practice, or anyone wanting to live a more mindful life, might want to emulate. Now, writing poetry is by its nature a spiritual activity. And I think here we have two separate poetries. The poetry that one reads and the poetry that one writes. And the relationship of both of those to spiritual practice, whatever that might be. That might be something that's worth defining too. Spiritual practice. What does it mean to each of you, and how does that relate to both reading and writing poetry? And Henry, in episode 131 of this podcast, in your dialogue with Rupert Spira, you were describing your initial love of poetry, and you characterized it in this way: as a search for lines that brought something alive within us, some sense of beauty, and more than that, some truth, some kind of natural order of things that recognized something about reality that we couldn't normally see. I guess I would have to say that at the start it was in some sense a spiritual pursuit. If by spirituality we mean coming to an experience or a way of experiencing that's much closer to this moment. So I wonder if we might start there with this idea of poetry, both in terms of reading and writing, as a spiritual practice, and what is a spiritual practice?
If I just think,
what is a spiritual? I don't think we get into what is a spiritual practice. We do. Just a little bit. I like this idea. I like both of those quotes that were said. I like the fact that there are multiple forms of poetry, right? You have the writing of poetry, you have the appreciation of poetry. I think they're very similar. We'll get more into that later, I believe. Yeah, I like it all. I like these people. Right? They're all great folks, and I like what they're saying. I like everything they're saying.
Back to my own early interest in childhood, in poetry, especially probably around the beginning of puberty, actually, is when it really kicked in. I was very interested. I got really interested in what is it to be alive, really, and are there different ways of being alive? I mean, is there an ordinary sense of what kind of how it is to be alive? I noticed that it could change. I could sometimes feel much more alive, much more connected to the world I was in. So just something about the relationship between myself and the world seemed to be more variable than I'd realized. And sometimes it felt much more thrilling, and one of those times was, the first time I really wrote a poem. I think the quote, the bit you just quoted me on was talking about getting into enjoying poetry, reading poetry, basically. And I was very lucky to have a friend who's a great poet, Sam Willis, who's been a lifelong friend. And he and I, actually from even earlier than, say, the age of 13, we got into looking at poetry books in the library and trying to find bits we liked, and knowing that there were nuggets we'd come across that really captivated us in some way. They were just beautiful in themselves, and the imagery they brought to mind was beautiful, but also they woke something up in me. I felt kind of something come alive in me that I wanted to be alive in me, and so that had been going on for a few years. I got this idea that with poetry, it wasn't about sort of sitting down and just reading through stuff. It was about looking for what had some charge in it that woke something up in me. That was what I was really looking for. So I didn't care whether I'd happily disregard 500 lines in the interest of 1.5 lines that just had the thing I really wanted. But then, we had he and I, Sam and I, both had this English teacher who was very encouraging and sort of would get us to try to write poems. And so the idea of writing a poem was also kind of on my radar. But there was one particular evening, I remember, when I was staring out of my bedroom window in Oxford, where I grew up, and I suddenly felt this scene below me was so beautiful. It was just the ordinary street we lived on, with a street light on below and a tree next to it, and the light falling a certain way, and sort of the shadow on the ground, and the houses in semi-gloom, and the night sky above, or the darkening sky above, actually sky rather pale and the world dark below it. And it was just really, it just caught me, the beauty of it, in a new way. And with it came some lines, or a first line. And I just wanted to get that line down, and I did. And another one followed, and another one followed. And I realized they were sort of evoking what I was feeling about this scene. So it's sort of combination of my response to the scene before me and an evocation of that scene being able to come forth in lines of words that expressed exactly that little nugget in me that was sort of wanting to be alive. And it made it all more alive. And it was by the time I'd finished, I knew when I'd finished this thing, and I was trembling with excitement, and I felt awake in the world in a way that I never had before. And to me, at the time, I didn't have the word spiritual really in my vocabulary, but now looking back on it, I think, well, damn, that's what spirituality is for me. It's being alive in the world, in a way that I really feel I'm inhabiting this life that I've been given, whatever life is,
It sounds like he's very excited. I like the excitement that he has here for this. I'm thinking of there are different tendencies for poems or for art, any sort of art. It can be, but usually written art, where there is a focus sometimes on details. You have this like very strong focus on details, which gives a sense of realism often, but really it's kind of a sense of presence. It's the perspectival knowing that we've been talking about. I'm thinking about this now. It's the perspectival knowing. If you give a lot of details, like you just mentioned that the sky was pale and the world was dark and the shadows were very clear, something like that. And he gave a lot more details. So he's like reliving that moment, and he's giving us the mental imagery so that we also live that moment with him, and we have that same perspective that he did. So we're getting into his perspective, and we're getting that sense of presence, which kind of translates sometimes to a sense of feeling real. There's reality, the realistic notion, or the realistic element of the poem. So it's pretty cool. Interesting that he likes that aspect of poetry, that adding lots of details into a particular perspective, getting into that perspectival knowing.
And having a different sense of what life is than an ordinary humdrum, sequence of tasks that I'm doing or not doing.
It's not humdrum tasks. It's not procedures, right? It's not. You're in presence. You're not in power. and power being the skills. I'm using the language of John Vervaeke, by the way. Again, John Vervaeke's language. It's interesting. It's cool how much they align with what we're talking about here. So we don't want to be stuck in the humdrum, and then of course we definitely don't want to be stuck in just having facts about the world. We want that presence, but we're not getting into the belonging, feeling like you are an active participant within the world, that belonging in the world, noticing that you're shaped by the world and the world is shaped by you, or noticing that the entire planet, the system of having the world go dark and the sky turn pale and the world go dark, how that has shaped you as an individual, and how you as an individual has shaped the world to allow for that type of thing to happen. We don't get into that and the feeling of belonging there, but the presence of having all the detail and reliving that moment. It's cool. That's kind of cool. I like it. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this.
Be doing, or something like that. It's a really different way of being alive. And to me, that was, poetry actually was my first real kind of solid manifested discovery that it was possible truly to be alive in the world in some way that felt frankly more alive, to excuse my clumsy language. But anyway, that's enough from me. Sorry.
Yeah, that's beautiful, Henry. I have so much to say in response, and what you say very much describes my own experience in slightly different terms, but the feeling of aliveness and awakening, and that just longing to be in the world, as you say, in a different way, in a way that's more alive, more connected, maybe more empathic, more intuitive, more right brain. And I'll talk more about that later, I think. But the 60s came to Nebraska in the early 70s. They finally arrived a little bit late. But so there was a lot of drug use, of LSD and mescaline and marijuana and all kinds of things. So I was very eager to experiment with those drugs, or now I would call them medicines, sacred medicines. And when I did that, it was a revelation. I mean, just to see that, like, this ordinary world, this dull world that you described, Henry, of just doing what you're supposed to do and kind of getting on with things, that there was more than that there was this magical quality, at the very heart of existence. And I experimented with that pretty early when I was in the 9th grade, and continued for a number of years. And, I wouldn't have at the time thought of it as a spiritual experience, but looking back now, I see that's what it was. I mean, there was a lot of sitting around listening to Led Zeppelin, of course, and that may or not qualify as a spiritual experience. But I think, you can't kind of do that forever. And I at some point, poetry presented itself to me as another way of staying in contact with this other way of being in the world, this more connected, more alive, more responsive, less concerned with the externalities of life, and more willing to go under the surface and into the depths. And so poetry just felt like, I knew very quickly that that's what I wanted to do with my life. I had some of those moments that you describe, just looking at an ordinary street and ordinary houses and feeling this quality of luminosity, and just sensing like, oh, wow, I want that. And I want a way to evoke that through writing. So yeah, my experience is very, very similar to yours. And yeah.
I don't think my experience is very similar to theirs. I do like excitement. I like to be alive in the world. I do like that magical quality that sometimes arises, but that's not the main thing I like. I mean, I'm more of I liked art well before I liked anything relating to spirituality or meditation or whatever. I've never done psychedelics, so I don't have much experience to say there, but I liked art way more, and I still like art way more now. And I've just always liked art, I don't know what it was about it. Um, I remember watching old movies. So I think the first movie, I really don't know. There's for some whatever reason, I don't remember the whole history here, which maybe I want to figure out for myself at some later point. But there was a point in time where I started listening to some music that's called exotica. I was listening to, uh, I'm sure it happened because I was watching some anime called Gantz, and the intro music for Gantz was a band called Rip Slime. They're a rap group, Japanese rap group, and they have some cool music. And a lot of their music is influenced by what's called Shibuya-kei, and Shibuya-kei music is heavily influenced by lounge music from the 60s. And they have samples from lounge music and easy listening music from the 60s, often American, often French, that type of music. But anyway, one of the songs from Rip Slime had a sample of an artist named Les Baxter, and it was a really cool song. It's called Tokyo Classic, the name of the song, and the sampled song is called Congo Train. Boom, 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 boom. It's a great song. I like that song a lot. For some whatever reason, that song hit me. I fell in love with Exotica. I was so into Exotica. I listened to all different types of Exotica records all the time. Really into Les Baxter. One day, randomly, sort of randomly, not sure why, I was walking through Walmart with my mom, and in the they had like a bin of DVDs, and I saw a DVD, and one of the DVDs was The Pit and the Pendulum by featuring Vincent Price with music by Les Baxter. I saw that music by Les Baxter. I bought this DVD, and I watched this movie. And let me tell you, it's a very weird movie. It's a movie by Roger Corman, the director Roger Corman. And Vincent Price is an interesting actor. The movie was very weird. It had strange cinematography. It's slow. It's got this weird color grading to it. It had a cool mystery to it. It's The Pit and the Pendulum. It's a story by Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, we talked about Edgar Allan Poe earlier, didn't we? I like Edgar Allan Poe, apparently. I like this movie a lot, and I thought it was a weird movie, but I liked it a lot. And I wanted to learn more about it because it was so strange to me, and the music was fantastic, by the way. I liked the music. That's the reason why I bought the DVD, was just to listen to the music. I liked it. I was confused by it. I was intrigued. I looked up more, so I went to Reddit. I'm sure I don't know if I searched directly on Reddit or if I searched on Google and I found a Reddit. Anyway, I just searched Vincent Price and The Pit and the Pendulum. And from that search, I found discussion not on the movie, but on radio shows of The Pit and the Pendulum with Vincent Price. Vincent Price had been doing radio shows. So I listened to this radio show, and it was a fantastic radio show. It's like a radio show, meaning that it's a dramatic reading of The Pit and the Pendulum, dramatic acting. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I don't remember how long it was. And again, I was confused. I was intrigued. I didn't understand it. I didn't know what was happening. I was listening to something, but then I had this mental imagery of the theater of the mind, as I've heard it called many times. Weird movie. And then weird radio show. And the way that it's presented is very different from how other art, most modern art is presented. There's something about it, though, it just kind of drew me in. And from there, I just kind of got really into radio shows. This is where I learned a lot about Orson Welles, because he did a lot of radio shows. I was super into the Orson Welles radio shows, the Mercury Theater on the Air. Fantastic work. And then I got into movies, watched some more Roger Corman movies. A Bucket of Blood is a fantastic movie. It starts with a poetry reading, like a beat poetry reading. I got really into beat poetry and all that subculture of beat poetry, hippie stuff. It's liking exotica and liking beat poetry kind of gets me into liking hippies and the hippie subculture. all that to say, I was just super into this stuff. And it made me see the world in different ways because I started watching older movies that were very different from the flashy movies that I normally watch, more snappy movies that I normally watch. So I started watching movies with really long takes, they're slow. They're slow. They're just slow movies. And they're focusing on weird things. The cinematography is very strange. And I didn't know what any of it meant or if there was a meaning to it. I didn't understand it. So I did research into learning how old movies were made or how they were organized and structured. And I just started changing the way that I was seeing the world because I was learning about different forms of art. And I fell into it and I just kept falling further into it. And I always wanted to share with my friends. I would share with my friends old movies or radio shows. My mom and my brother, they're very supportive. Everybody was very supportive. I should be sharing them this weird ass music and crazy movies and radio shows. This is like an hour-long commitment to listen to a radio show. So I'd be sharing this stuff with my family and with my friends, and mostly supportive. Everyone would listen along with me, and people would even some people would seemingly like it and want to ask me about it and want to engage with it more in the future. All that just really appealed to me. Don't know why. Don't know why. How does that relate to spirituality? I don't think it does directly. It's just that I was really into art, and I have continued to always be into art from then. Whatever relation to spirituality is more so that I got into drinking tea for whatever reason. I really like the connoisseurship of art, and I at some point saw a wine sommelier competition, but you might see a little bit more about that on this stream. Not on this stream, but on this channel. I'm working on something with that. I really enjoyed watching wine sommeliers talking about whatever it is that they were doing. They're drinking the wine and then they're explaining parts about the wine. It just appealed to me. I thought it was cool. Well, I don't drink. I never drank. Still never, like I've tasted wines and spat. I think I had some drinks at one point. I visited my brother when he was in college and I was in high school. I think I drank something. He was having a party or something like that. But anyway, what I mean is I don't have any strong memories of drinking. I've never been drunk. I've never drank a lot. So I'm just going to say I've never drank. And because of that, I didn't want to start drinking just to get into wine and explore that connoisseurship. So I did research into other things I could be a connoisseur in. I learned a lot of things. I thought it was pretty cool. You can be a connoisseur in soy sauce. There's a lot of like soy sauces. You can be a connoisseur in olive oil, which is pretty cool. I've been recently drinking Blueprint. It's good olive oil. Good olive oil. You can be a connoisseur in a lot of different things. And I learned eventually about tea, started drinking tea, and I got really into it. And it just changed a lot of how I live my life because I wanted to be more focused on it. And in being more focused on it, I accidentally started meditating. And that kind of broke something in the mind. I think the first step is even I wanted to drink tea and I wanted to pay more attention to the tea and I wanted to improve my tea. So I started buying better tea and I started buying better teaware. But then at some point I realized that since I was sleepy, that was distracting me away from the tea and making my tea less enjoyable. So that I wanted to then sleep to enjoy my tea better. And then sleeping became part of the preparation of my tea. So it kind of, there's like a duality of preparing the tea and living life. And I just kind of broke that duality because I wanted to sleep in order to prepare my tea. So I wanted to live my life in a different way in order to prepare my tea. And then that kind of snowballed. And somehow that led me to meditating. Essentially, I just wanted to sleep better. So I would sit quietly for an hour before going to bed without looking at media or doing anything. Anyway, that's how I got into it all. But I mostly still just like art. I'm into the art more than the spirituality.
Yeah, and perhaps it's a template for most poets as they begin. And I think that's, one of the things I love about poetry, both reading it and writing it, is that it allows us to stay in contact with, you might say, the sacred or the moment or reality or whatever inadequate term you might want to use. I feel like poets are, as a tribe, never bought the lie of materialism and separation. And so being in that world was itself a way of not participating in that particular delusion.
I don't want to participate in that particular delusion of materialism. It's interesting that we call that a delusion. He said something that I don't remember what he just said. What did he just say? Hold on. Poets are inadequate to realize something about reality. A moment, that's what it is. The moment, the sacred, the moment, the reality. I don't know what sacred means, so I don't really know how to say that. The moment, I don't think you need to be in the moment. This really lines up with John Vervaeke. What is this John Vervaeke thing? I was just thinking about John Vervaeke a lot today. But there's a particular hierarchy that he lays out of the different ways of knowing, and being present is not the foundation. And there are other things that you can do. There are other ways of knowing that are more foundational than being in the moment. So that's interesting. And lines up with my experience. And then reality. Who cares about reality? Why is reality here? I don't. If we're not getting into the lie of materialism, then why buy into the lie of modernism? Just reject reality.
When I started getting into poetry with this friend Sam, who was a key component of that, really, we were getting inspired particularly by, the Imagist poets of London, of whom Pound and Eliot counted themselves in that crew, but there were also a whole load of English poets as well. It was all London-based.
Yeah, again, I don't know anything about Pound or Eliot, Ezra Pound or T.S. Eliot. We talked about that earlier. John was saying that his mentor, was it Williams, hated Pound and Eliot and the Imagist poets, and he can't get into them. Personally, John Brehm can't get into these poets. But Henry Shukman is very inspired by them. I have no idea what their poems are like.
And all of them, profess to be in some ways inspired by the Tang Dynasty Chinese poets. And those poets, who we got into as well, they embodied exactly what you're talking about, like this life where you're not so engaged with the worldly stuff of the court life, the bureaucratic life of China at that time, and the kind of making your way in society and kind of life, but much more concerned with the intimate relationship with the world, and especially with the landscape, and sort of being part of a landscape, and poetry as a means of really sort of studying and being engaged with and kind of sensing what it is to be alive in this world, and then expressing that. So you've got the dual aspect of really the poetry helping you to sense what it is, and to sense that those levels of connection. You put it very well, connected, intuitive, and so on. You just said, and the luminous quality sometimes things have. So what I think we were tuning into was, all of that possibility from those wondering, society engaged early Chinese poets. And of course, those in their turn, they had influenced the beats, Snyder and Kerouac, etc. And as the beats influenced us, and this idea that you could live a really different kind of life than what we were basically being presented with as a path in life, and poetry being the thread and the medium and the atmosphere really that could make that different way of living make sense. Yeah.
And just create an opening for that. Yeah, like just to see, like, oh, it can be done. These people are doing it.
Yeah.
I love what you said.
I love the possibilities, having the possibilities there. This is something that appeals to me for like reading Schoenberg doing analysis of historical art. Schoenberg made a system for categorizing and analyzing classical music. So, and this is specifically for like Beethoven, Mozart, that these types of folks, Beethoven, Mozart, Haydn. But it broadly applies. It goes further into more modern music also. But he like created the system of phrase analysis. And it is fascinating to me that Schoenberg is the person who created this system of analysis, and it really, really, really well applies to old music. So we've got music from the 1700s of Haydn, late 1700s, I think. But 1700s, Haydn, writing music, classical style. He's got his own style of writing. And then we've got all the music that has been influenced by Haydn, which is Beethoven, Mozart, and going further into whatever. And then we have somebody in the 1940s or something, I think, is when this system was created, of Schoenberg saying, writing out how we can more cleanly analyze and more clearly view those songs. And we have the structure of a phrase, period structure. This is kind of musical analysis that's a little bit beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here, but just getting into it. Period structure of a phrase, or sentence structure, and then other hybrid structure, these types of things for phrases. And he kind of gets pretty deep into it, and how the intro to a sonata form generally has a particular type of phrases, and then the second theme of the sonata form has a different type of phrase. He goes in, there's like a lot of detail and precision with all the ways of analyzing it, which is presumably totally unknown to anybody in the 1700s, totally unknown to anybody in the 1800s, and totally unknown to anybody in the early 1900s. When people were making this music, I mean, this music was made for over 100 years, following pretty closely the forms that Schoenberg is talking about, but no one knew of this specific, there's no specific language for how those things were laid out. So for him to have revealed that is really cool to me. It's very interesting. First of all, for him to reveal it to me, because I read the book, that Fundamentals of Musical Composition, I believe that's the book I'm thinking of, where he lays it out. And he lays it out. He mentions specific songs that have specific of this phrase structure. So I just have this very strong memory of reading the book and going through Spotify. I had Spotify at the time, premium Spotify, to look for all these songs, figure out what part of the song the phrase is in, listen to it, and get into it. That was a lot of fun for me. That was a very eye-opening experience. That was my first time really listening to classical music, and I kind of went really hard into it, and now I just love classical music because of that. And Schoenberg showed me the way. He opened my mind to it. I like, there is a lot that you can do in terms of inspiring and showing people how to view the world, different ways that you can view the world. possibilities for viewing
Say
the world.
about, you know, a more intimate relationship with the landscape or with the world, you know, that quality of intimacy, I think is really an important aspect of poetry. And I think, you know, for me too, I was influenced early on, especially by Williams, and some of the other Imagist poets. I don't know that I was aware of the Chinese poets directly so much at that time, but their influence on people like James Wright, who I read very deeply, and Robert Bly, and certainly Williams. But that quality of attention that they brought to their experience, that for me was really inspiring, because I had convinced myself that there was nothing interesting whatsoever about Nebraska. You know, it was just, you know, ordinary towns, you know, and then, you know, just miles and miles of cornfields. And I was very attracted to the mountains of Colorado, and my father had relatives out west, and we would drive out to California in the summer and go through these spectacular landscapes that were just almost overwhelming in their beauty. And so in Nebraska, by contrast, just felt like, well, there's nothing here. Like there's nothing worth paying attention to. And when I started writing poetry, that all changed. It's like, oh, suddenly, a fence post, fascinating. Or a piece of junk that somebody put out in the back alley, you know, something that was discarded, you know, something in the kind of the Bardo realm between usefulness and trash.
Bardo means it's a I think it's Tibetan Buddhist, but it's a Buddhist thing where you're dead and you're about to be reborn. It's the transition between being dead and reborn. I do like it so much, of being able to see the world in new ways. I'm reminded of Kandinsky again here. He has this whole notion of spiritual. He calls it the spiritual triangle, and it's the idea that the wide part of the triangle is like things that most people will find appealing, and the length of the triangle is the amount of people. Then you can all find something appealing, and as you go further up the triangle, you have fewer people who like certain things until you get to a point where there's something that only one person likes in the entire world. Maybe nobody even likes it, but it's a form of art that can be appreciated, but no one is appreciating. And you've got the wide side, which is most things that most people appreciate. And then the activity that Kandinsky wants to do as a artist, a particular type of spiritual artist, he wants to make the triangle go upwards. He wants the thing that the fewest people like, he wants that to be liked by slightly more people until it's gotten mass appeal. And then that reveals new areas where there are new things that no one likes. And then you can have presented in such a way that some people like it, and that can be presented in such a way that more people like it. And then you change and shift this spiritual triangle so that more people like things that are not often liked. So we get to this area where John's talking about looking at things in the Bardo zone, looking at things that have been discarded and not appreciated, and he's learning how to appreciate them. And with certain poetry, you can learn how to appreciate them and then present it in a way that other people can appreciate it, and then you get this mass appeal of something that was once not appreciated at all.
But anyways, all these things, I felt like, well, it's the quality of attention that you bring. It's not the object or the experience itself. It's, can you, see the world in a different way that takes you to that place of aliveness or creates that sense of aliveness within you that you spoke about so beautifully.
It's all within yourself, of course. It's like boredom. Boredom is a mental state that is your own doing and your own responsibility. Totally. You can feel this. There's a content drought. It's like a emotion where you feel like nothing is interesting, But it's a personal emotion. I'm about to drink some matcha, and oh my god, it smells so good. It's amazing. I'm not gonna talk about the matcha, but it smells great. Fresh matcha from Oika. Dang, it smells so good.
So yeah, there too, another interesting parallel that those were the poets who initially kind of lit that flame. Yeah, and also Williams was not intimidating, of course. You know, his poems were like, oh, I could do something like that. You know, I couldn't write The Wasteland, but yeah, that was also very refreshing because, like most people, I had the sense that poetry was this arcane, you know, immensely difficult art that nobody could really understand, and Williams was a refreshing reminder that that's not the case. So,
yeah. I can very much relate to that thing of finding the most sort of ordinary things could be full of beauty. I remember that being a big thing for me early on, my early poetic days. I'd be looking for a certain sort of atmosphere that.
Well, I like this again. The boring things are I mentioned earlier about boring art that I like. And it kind of, for me, it kicks me away from the analysis of things being interesting or boring because it just it's not active anymore. Right? If I'm watching Kubrick, 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? Have you ever seen this movie before? Look at 2001: A Space Odyssey. Try to find the intro of it. Just watch the first, 20 minutes of it. I don't know how long you want to consider the intro, but Jesus, it's boring. Literally, actually, the first 3 minutes, I think actually 3 minutes, is blank screen and music. The music is quite minimal. It's like a chorus of people singing, but they're like singing in this like they're singing like that, yeah, and there's like a bunch of them. It's like this like kind of dense string music. I don't know if I'm remembering this properly, but it starts off with 3 minutes of a black screen and some like atmospheric music, totally relevant to the movie, by the way. And then it opens up to a 10 to 15 minute, I don't know how long this scene is, of animals, of like some type of apes interacting with some type of pig, I think. And again, it's just silent and they're just kind of interacting with this pig thing. And then that's like 20 minutes altogether. And then it goes into like space for a while. And the space scene is mostly silent for the first 5 minutes. So this is really, really, really boring movie. It's hard to watch. It's extremely hard to watch. But if you are watching it and you kind of like really get into watching it, you stop caring about how boring it is and how weird it is, and you appreciate something else. You start to activate that aesthetic sense.
A cat sitting under a bush in the rain or something, or just a lamppost on its own on the corner of a street and nobody around, or just very ordinary things, but they've got a certain aura around them that I would recognize as, oh, that's what I'm looking for. That's the thing, because it would light something up in me, and it didn't need to be anything exceptional at all. It was a different way of looking. But I don't think I was smart enough, actually, thinking back to that time. I don't think I was smart enough to recognize that it was about my own quality of attention. I felt more that I was looking for the things that had that. Uh-huh. I didn't, but I think you're absolutely right. It really is about our own quality of attention.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have been able to express that idea, or to be aware of that back then. I'm retrospectively kind of seeing that that's what I was kind of discovering without knowing it. But I also had that feeling of looking. I used to, when I was, a teenager, I would sneak out of the house at like 1 o'clock in the morning just to walk around the neighborhoods, because at that time of night, I would often have that experience, like some house or lamppost or some ordinary thing would suddenly be kind of seemed like it was like lit from within and had this ordinary quality. And I loved it. I mean, it was just beautiful. But again, I think maybe
some things are lit from within. I just, he mentioned luminosity before. So he's got this luminous experience of seeing things. Sometimes you could see things as self-luminous. It's kind of a cool thing. See something, but you don't really conceptualize the photons coming from the sun, bouncing off of walls, being absorbed into batteries, being put through electricity, coming through a light bulb, and then the photons coming from the light bulb to light up something and then hit off of things and then reflect back into your eyes. You don't really conceptualize any of that. You just see the thing and you're like, oh my gosh, it's bright. It seems like it's self-luminous. It seems like the light is coming from it as opposed to light coming from something else. That's pretty cool.
be even better that it came from ordinary things where you weren't expecting it, like, oh, that weed is beautiful.
Oh, God. Yes. And that vacant lot.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm remembering also that and that's something else I want to ask you about, actually, meaning Sam and I, we looked for, I think maybe it's a natural thing at that age when kids are trying to find their own space in the world. We looked for places that nobody else was interested in. The back alley with just, garbage bins in it. We loved it in the way that we didn't like the high street, and and a little yard that, has got an old overgrown, a rake standing there, the weeds are grown over, it hasn't been used in so long. We liked those sort of unused places, abandoned places. That was where we felt at home. And we found something of that quality there. But hey, I wanted to...
Can I just respond? Because
please.
The first apartment I lived in when I moved out of my parents' house when I was just in college, and there were still some dirt alleyways behind the houses, and I loved them. And it was just that sense of like, this is disregarded by everybody, and to see these broken down, cars or rusted bicycles or tools or paint cans or whatever. That was the world that I loved, and I still long for that. I long to be in a place that has those kind of alleyways. It's a little hard to find these days, and I wouldn't have had this term in my vocabulary, but there was a wabi-sabi quality in objects that were, sort of lowly and disintegrating, had this kind of melancholy quality to them.
Did he mention wabi-sabi before? It's a term. It's a Japanese term. I don't know directly what he means, but he said just now something dealing with impermanence, something dealing with melancholy, generally imperfection. If something is the wabi-sabi characteristics are often... I have a couple things that are wabi-sabi around me, but I don't want to grab them. You might have things that are rusted or something that's broken, and you kind of highlight and emphasize those parts that would, from a Western context, be seen as imperfect, but that's kind of the main point in that form of Japanese aesthetic appreciation.
I very much resonated with that, and so everything you said just feels like, absolutely.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I just riffing on that. I mean, I'm thinking it's somehow the quality of neglect was beautiful. It's because other people aren't interested. That's where I want to be. I wonder if there's some kind of affiliation or a kinship a poet feels with the neglected. That we want to that's where we belong, and if we want to resurrect that, we want to bring that to light, the very fact that it's kind of being allowed to be itself because people aren't messing with it. That's sort of, that's, even though it's
it's allowed to be itself because people aren't messing with it. The fact that it's neglected allows it to be itself. Do you think that you can be yourself more if you're neglected?
a human object.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's something about it being clearly abandoned,
Cast out.
cast out, that makes it kin for the poet. I wonder if there's something to that.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Or for me, there is anyway. And, we were talking about the neglected things and being attracted to the neglected. And, there's no better way than to be neglected than to become a poet, right? I mean, so maybe it's... Exactly.
Exactly. I'm thinking of this book again. House of Leaves. I mentioned it before. It's a great book. I mean, I'm just going to be thinking about it for now. Because we're talking about stuff. So there's a part of this book that's amazing. Let me find it. Here it is. There's part of this book that's about neglect. This is how it looks. It's very interesting. I'm just going to describe a little bit of how this book is. I'm not actually going to read it directly because I don't know if I can find anything that's directly about what I'm looking for when I read it. But it's so bizarre. It's so interesting to me. Okay, it's about the book itself is a movie analysis. It's an analysis of a movie. It's a fictional movie, I think. Kind of important to the story if you think of it as fictional or not. I'm fairly sure it's fictional, but it's a fictional asterisk kind of book about a fictional asterisk kind of movie. So it's a film analysis by a person who's doing a fairly academic film analysis. And that film analysis was found by a person who's a crazy person. Not super important that they're the crazy person in this context. But this chapter is a particular chapter that is about neglect. So the movie is about neglect. The part of this movie is about neglect. And the analysis is mentioning how the movie is about neglect. And is saying that the movie is kind of mirroring a biblical story. So that's why it's laid out like this. It's laid out like a Bible would be laid out. So the movie is mirroring the biblical story, and it's a story of neglect. I don't know who the person is being neglected with. I don't know Bible stories very much, but one of the early Hebrew stories. And on top of that, the analysis itself has been neglected. In that the person who was writing the analysis thought it wasn't good enough, so he ripped most of it away and threw it away. So the book itself shows that there are parts that are ripped out, and they're represented by this symbol here, which is an R with a bunch of Z's, which is a Hebrew word. Don't know what the Hebrew word is, but it represents ripping or tearing something. So you've got all of these fragments of this analysis of this movie. And they're fragmented because the analysis itself was neglected. The analysis about neglect of a movie and the analysis itself was neglected. And the person who found the analysis is compiling it, the crazy person. He's talking about how he discovered, he talks about how he compiled the book. So how he found these parts that were neglected. And in him talking about that, he gets sidetracked and starts talking about something about his own life, something that's going on in his life, and it's a whole story of neglect. It's a very weird book, and this book is a strange book, and it has this kind of layered thing where it's not really explicitly mentioned what's going on, but you've got the movie that is being talked about, talking with the story of neglect. You've got the movie analysis describing that neglect, but then the movie analysis itself being neglected. And then you have the person who is compiling the movie analysis, and then he's mentioning a story of neglect in his life, but he's not explicitly calling it a story of neglect, and he doesn't actually talk about how they're all connected. But you have all these things connected together, so they're all working together in this very interesting and beautiful way that I like. Very refined, very coordinated, highly coordinated. And it's very strange. Anyway, just thinking about neglect and how the poet likes things that are neglected because maybe they've been neglected themselves. That's interesting. I don't think I've felt neglected. Maybe I have. No, I don't think I felt neglected. Maybe I have, actually. Maybe I have. Maybe that's why I'm more into art. Neglect. Yeah. It could be true. Actually, it could be true. I can think of some instances where I may have felt neglected. It's perhaps possible.
That's the kinship.
Except for the extremely rare poor poet who becomes a public poet.
Yeah.
You know, the challenge of being, we wouldn't wish it on anyone, really.
There's a great book by Philip Larkin in one of his letters. He talks about how some poets, will make a living as a poet, going around and giving readings and workshops and, writer in residence and things. He said, I would hate that. It doesn't appeal to me at all. He said, I would hate to go around pretending to be me.
Yes. But hey, here's what there was something was bubbling up for me a moment ago, was like, did you have an ally or a colleague or a companion in arms? Is that something, because I know that I mentioned Sam Willits. It was critical for me to have. I don't know. Well, I don't know what would. Maybe it wasn't as critical as I think, but it seemed, when I look back on it anyway, it seems like it was so good to have somebody else who was interested in the same search.
Yeah. I didn't at first, and in fact, my parents were not encouraging about my poetry writing initially. And I remember my father, I think they saw it as a kind of bizarre waste of time. And my father at one point suggested I go to a trade school. He himself was a carpenter, and he had been a mechanic, and he could fix anything. And, he was great with that kind of thing. And but that gives you a sense of how, not attuned they were to, the kind of person I was. I mean, there was a dreamy kid who was, not good with practical stuff, but they sort of wanted that. So for me, in some ways, that was a good thing. I don't think I would have done well if I had parents who were really encouraged me to write poetry, because it was kind of a way of defining myself against their way of being. And I mean, they were wonderful people and smart people, but they just were not artistic or literary in any way. And so my writing poetry was a very odd thing to do in their eyes. And I didn't have any friends who were interested in poetry initially. But when I went to college, I was very lucky to have my first poetry teacher was wonderful. And he was incredibly enthusiastic, and he was just passionate about poetry. I mean, he was just, on fire with it. And that was huge. And he was only about 10 years older than me. So in that sense, I found very early someone who, read all my poems and would turn me on to different poets. And that was crucial. I'm not sure how my path would have unfolded if it hadn't been for him So in that sense, I did have somebody like your friend.
That's interesting. I had never had any close allies for art, though I did have I had supportive friends, but no one was into it in the way that I was into it. BRB. Feeling very pleasant after drinking this matcha. I don't often drink two teas. I don't often drink matcha. So it kind of it hits in a special way. Really enjoying it. It's got a it's just doing things to me. It's doing things to me. Another day we'll go into the feeling of drinking certain teas. It's very pleasant. I've occasionally done some streams about tea, the feeling of drinking. Well, I've done some streams about tea, doing like a tea analysis. I think I've done some streams, but not as many, and not as recently, of just describing the feeling of what happens after drinking certain teas. That would be nice to do with matcha. I even just had I had a small amount. I didn't measure, I think it was only 2 grams. can see now that it's not very... Drinking 2 teas. Doesn't put me in the mental state for streaming. It's so pleasant. So pleasant. Be nice if I could share. Love how music can take you into a different world. It really just makes you... I don't know what it makes you do. It's nice though. Okay. All right. This is where we are. This is where we are. You know, I didn't have any allies. Didn't have any allies when I was drinking. When I was... Wait, I have tea allies. I do currently have tea allies. I never had any allies for music or for art. I had some friends who were kind of into it, but not really into it. I guess I don't have any friends who are really into tea in the way that I'm into it. I don't have any allies for these types of things, but I do have people who are supporters. So it's a little different from what our friend was talking about. A little different from what John was talking about. Or John didn't have any supporters. He didn't have any support. His family wasn't supportive. My family is very supportive. And they were like, you know, if I share with them some art or some tea, they will happily engage with me. If I bring to them some fun games. This game behind me? You see this game behind me? I got a game behind me. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? There's a game behind me. There's no way you can see that. I can't see it. Okay, you can't see. This is a fun game. I've been sharing it with my friends and family. Everyone's super supportive. It's cool. I think people actually like it. They're not really just supportive. I think they're into it because it's a fun game. Now the art stuff that I was into back in the day and still into, you know, I think they're supportive. Not so into it, though, but supportive.
Yeah.
Right. Something in what both of you are saying about this relationship of the poet to writing poetry. What about the relationship of the poet to the audience? Does the poet just write for himself? Or is there a sense of writing for an audience? And the audience, I'm thinking of 2 or 3 different sorts of audiences. There's the audience, you know, there's the cultural, you've both the historical. You're sort of participating in that. Right back to the Tang Dynasty in your case, Henry, and in reaction to...
We're back into participatory knowing. But I didn't pick up on all this John Vervaeke connection here before when I was watching this stream. when I was watching these interviews, I watched these interviews many times. I didn't pick up on how much they were talking about things that were related to John Vervaeke's ways of knowing. And I picked up a little bit on it, some of it, but I didn't pick up on it so much. But here we've got participating with culture, having the audience influence what you do, and having you influence what the audience does. And this is a type of participatory knowing. Now, we'll hear more. But I think there's something here that we can pick up on a lot.
All these sorts of socioeconomic circumstances and ways of being that you were surrounded by, John. So there's sort of dialoguing in a way with that stuff, or participating in it somehow, even if reacting against it. But then also there's a sense, I presume, does a poet expect to be read? Are there financial thoughts of legacy, or thoughts of notoriety, or does that enter into the process? And how does that interact with this deeply, almost, what can we say, personal, transcendent, or immanent relationship of the poet to the writing process?
Well, look, speaking for myself, I would say anytime I try to write a poem for any reason, including that I want to write a poem, it won't work.
Exactly.
It only works to the small extent that any of mine do work, which is an open question for others to decide. You know, when I feel they worked is when there's absolutely no purpose to it. You know, it is just its own expression. And, you know, so purpose, including any putative audience. But then it got me thinking, I know that because there's something in me that recognizes if it's a false note, you know, and so that's some kind of quote unquote audience, you know, that isn't exactly my ordinary sense of self, you know, and so I wonder, I mean, you could get grandiose and say it's written for nothing but, you know, the creation itself, or, you know, or a God or something, you know. But I mean, I wouldn't put it in those terms. But there is some sense that I have to be letting go of any of my ideas about what a good poem is. You know, the most fatal thing for me is if I try to write a good poem. You know, fatal for any poem, that is. So it's, I don't know. It's I sort of want to say definitely no audience in mind, but somehow I feel that's not exactly right, because there's some sense of something in me that's wanting to be satisfied, you know, and that recognizes if it is or it isn't. But maybe I need to say a little bit about my own process, actually, to make sense of this, which is that I tend to get an inkling of a poem, and some of them I don't get to in time and they're gone, and some of them I do get to in time, and something happens, you know, something appears on the page, and I tend to want it to come kind of by itself, you know, but then I might actually tinker with it for years, even, you know, but I hope that it will end up feeling as spontaneous as the first iteration of it did, although I've actually tinkered with it a bit. I mean, maybe a bit, but a lot. A lot. Little things, a lot. I'll revisit it repeatedly, and can I read it straight through without a glitch? There's something wrong there, you know. And then it might take, again, even years to iron out whatever that is, to a point where I feel I can read it smoothly without getting caught on something. So that initial so I suppose there is a sort of successive audiencing that I do of it, I guess.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not thinking of a putative external audience. No, how about you, John?
Well, how about me? I'm going to jump in, John. But before you go in, John, I'm going to jump in, John. It's interesting. He says that any reason to write any poem, if he writes any poem for any reason that is not good, he has to have no purpose at all. But then my curiosity personally is if interacting with an audience, why would that be considered a purpose? I'm not sure where that is being called a purpose or reason at all. But then writing from this sense of presence isn't a purpose or a reason. Again, I'm thinking in terms of John Vervaeke. For that, John Vervaeke has been in my mind today. And we've got these layers of knowing, these different types of knowing, and there is a hierarchy of things depending on each other. They're all depending on each other in different ways. But the one that it seems like the one that we're focusing on with John Brehm and Henry Shukman is this presence, way of knowing, which is presence. It's called perspectival knowing. You know, when you have perspectival knowing, you have presence. So that is the kind of this main knowing. But then we have this other type of knowing, which is participatory knowing. And when you have participatory knowing, you have belonging. But to have this participatory knowing, you would be able to interact with the audience. You can also interact with a medium. It doesn't have to only be other people. It can be interacting with whatever particular medium that you're working with. And that to me, oh, I like that a lot. Now that I'm saying more of it, I like it a lot. I could also just be, I have been drinking a little bit of tea, and that might be influencing how I'm feeling and make me feel more, enjoying it a lot more and feeling more resonant with whatever I'm saying. That aside, there is a way to interact with poetry that deals with interacting with people and then also deals with interacting with the medium. And you can do that still without purpose. It's the same as having developed presence. It's developing belonging. You belong. You have a work of art that belongs to the medium, and you have a work of art that belongs with the culture that it is being presented within. And in that belonging, you interact with it. You change the medium, and the medium changes the work. You change the culture, and the culture changes the work. And there's this interaction, this interdependence. You can see how they're both formed and mold each other. And it's just developing a sense of belonging. But there doesn't need to be any meaning, and doesn't need to be any reasons behind it. In the same way that you can write a poem from a sense of presence, where you're just getting you're getting lots of descriptions, and they could be sensory or perceptions. It doesn't have to be limited to that, but you get all of these things and you develop a perspective. And in that developing of a perspective, you feel presence. What I'm hearing from Henry Shukman is that he's not calling that a reason. It's just the feeling of presence. He's writing from the feeling of presence, and he's creating this presence and giving people different perspectives. And in that same sense, you can just write from a feeling of belonging and present that to the audience, and then allow the audience to also have that sense of belonging and be able to interact with your art and participate with the art. All that to say that I feel that in this analysis of thinking of the audience, Henry, in the way that he described it, he was thinking of it in a particular way of like giving a particular meaning to the audience, right? But he wasn't thinking of it in this other sense of having a participation with the audience that creates this belonging, or participating with the medium or the genre or whatever to create this sense of belonging, or to work from within this sense of belonging. So there are different ways that you can interact with the audience. And maybe we can look more closely and, as artists, try to interact with the audience and a way that is from belonging and encourages belonging. Participation. A participatory knowing. And so I like koans. Did I mention koans before? I like koans for this reason, because you have koans and they all have this commentary, and the commentary stacks, and the commentary becomes a part of the koan, and that invites you as a person who is reading the koans now to add to your own commentary to the koan and participate within the koan. So you're kind of encouraging this belonging within the tradition. How about you, John?
Yeah, no, I feel much the same way. And you were talking about that different part of you that recognizes when a false note. And I think that one way to describe that, for me anyway, is to see it as a kind of internalized composite of all the poetry that you've read that you love. Like you've somehow absorbed a certain kind of aesthetic, or
you've absorbed it, and it has shaped you. The culture has shaped you. The world has shaped you. The artists that you have engaged with have shaped you. So you're participating. But he's missing the part where you can shape it. You can start to shape and change the world. And you're both created by the same things. The same thing, perhaps. The same things are creating both you and all of the artists that have influenced you. You're all shaped by the same thing to work together and fit together.
Or just, I mean, not like rules of what to do and what not to do, but a sense on some maybe subconscious level that, like, Wordsworth would not like that line or something like that. That all those great poems that you've read and loved are in there. And in a way, you're writing for them, for those poets, or you're writing to come into alignment with them in some way, rather than thinking about, like, are people going to like this? When you're writing something, that would be deadly. And of course,
that would be deadly.
Most poets don't have much of an audience, really. I mean, it's not like, you're writing a novel that, 1 million people might read. But my teacher, A.R. Archie Ammons, had a wonderful comment about this. He was asked who he writes for, and he said, I don't really write to an audience. I never imagine an audience. I imagine other lonely people such as myself. I don't know who they are or where they are, and I don't care. But those are the people whom I want to reach. And I thought that was lovely. I write for other lonely people such as myself. That's not a big auditorium or some literary critic, but some lonely person who's looking for something, trying to connect. And yeah,
that's lovely. I do remember actually once I had this idea that it just popped up in my mind that I was imagining, that I was, if a poem of mine appeared in some small journal, and decades later, one of the few rare surviving copies of that journal was in a junk store somewhere in the UK, and somebody browsing the junk store happened to open up that particular volume and happened to land on my poem, and it did something to their day. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, that's enough.
So they're in a place of neglect.
All I want.
The poem's in a volume of neglect. And there's somebody drawn to that place of neglect, and there they find something.
And then that moment of connection of
yes, exactly. And it changes their day.
It changes their day. Yeah. I also get the sense. Oftentimes we forget that. Well, I have thought that appreciation itself is a form of creation. And creation is itself in the form of appreciation. They're the same. Appreciation and creation, they're the same. It's the duality that is often cited as creation and destruction, but I think that the duality is really creation and appreciation. So the audience is creating the work of art. The person who is experiencing the work of art is the person who is the artist in the moment, because they're focusing on whatever it is that they're focusing on. And the art is shaped based on what they're focusing on and how they are attending to certain parts and how they're ignoring other parts. And that is the main aspect of the art. They have their own particular perspective and they're paying attention to certain things and ignoring other things. And that the landscape of the things that they're paying attention to is the art itself. The art isn't the object. The art is the engagement with the object. Person engaging with the object. Person-object engagement. And the way that the engagement happens could be, paying attention to multiple things, paying attention to anything or any aspect of it or other aspects of it, and ignoring all the other aspects, or having certain things in the background, having certain things not even processed at all. So you, as the audience, or the audience as the audience, is carving the experience of art, or the experience of beauty, or the experience at all. That's where it all happens. So the audience is the only thing that... It's only the audience. Of course, as you're making something, you are an audience to what you're making. I think, at least when I'm making my own music, I am the audience to the music. I really enjoy the process of making music. I like the feeling directly. I like the feeling of like having my fingers playing music. That's how I play piano. I like having my fingers play piano and it feels good. There's like a direct physical motor sensation that feels really good. It also feels really good right now because I'm a little bit matched up right now, and I like the feeling, like this, like having each individual finger, you can just feel them. There's like a feeling because your body is there and your body's moving, and then there's like a feeling of the body moving, and it feels good. To me, it feels pleasant. So I like the feeling of playing piano, and I'm the audience. I'm the audience to that physical sensation, that art there. But then I'm also the audience of the here. I can hear the music. I'm playing the music. I'm usually listening to it as I'm hearing it, as I'm playing it. And I'm the audience there too. So the creation and the appreciation are all the same.
That's
Real life, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. But it's enough if it's just their day.
Right.
In fact, it's just enough if it's just the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Just this sort of glimpse into like, oh, there's this other way of seeing and being.
Yes, exactly. And now I'm just wondering, what's that got to do with mindfulness, and what's that got to do with spiritual practice, and what is if there's an interruption there, what is the interruption and what's it interrupting?
Yeah.
If you see what I mean, like the little pause button that's hit on someone's day.
Yeah.
That a poem, of course, can produce. What's that got to do with mindfulness, and it seems to me like it's got a lot to do with mindfulness, and it makes me feel sad almost that the word mindfulness for many has become almost like a chore, like a duty. When millions and millions of people are prescribed, workplaces are bringing it in, and all the employees get a subscription to the Headspace app,
make them more productive.
Yeah, and like it's sort of taking the magic out of it. The whole point is that it's a stray, random reconnecting with your very own life.
Yeah, remembering who you truly are, your true self.
Exactly.
And that's one dimension of poetry that you might describe as spiritual. I mean, I think it is spiritual, that poems remind us of our true nature, that our whole culture is designed to make us forget.
Yes.
And this idea of a pause, there's this concept of the sacred pause, this.
I like that. I like that a lot. You could tell by the editing has changed because I was liking that part more. It's so cool. I mean, I don't even agree with it. I don't like this. I don't like the notion at all of a true nature or like a true self. I've never felt that way before. I've never felt more true. I don't even like the notion of truth. That's not really what I'm thinking about saying at this moment. But I like it. I like what he was saying. I like how they said that. I like everything that they were just saying there. It's really cool. Uh, I also like Guru Viking. He feels like it feels like Guru Viking is very like he's not really he's not doing anything in discussion. He's very much not. He's just sitting there, and he's not even like he's not nodding along. He's not like laughing. He's not like smiling or anything. He's just sitting there. Look at him. Can you even tell if I'm paused? Is the video paused right now, or is that just Guru Viking as he always is? He's just sitting there. I like it. I'm just liking all of this. It's very unfortunate that people think that mindfulness is this term that has been turned into making people more productive. Yeah, whatever. I don't know why we get so caught up in this true self. I don't know where it comes from. Why do people care about this true self? Why do people care about truth? They've been poisoned again, poisoned by modernism. I doubt if that's true to say, but this whole notion of truth can just be thrown out.
Momentary stopping of just the ongoing momentum of the mind, of just the way of being in the world that's just getting one thing done after another, or being, totally engaged with one's problems and unable to kind of stop and just be. And I think in that sense, like that pause, that interruption is really important, and I mean, I love it when I experience that in reading poems or writing poems. I mean, it's just wonderful and refreshing. And it, like you said, it reconnects us to something really fundamental that we don't see if we're just skimming across the surface of life.
Yeah.
And somebody, I can't remember if it was Joseph Goldstein or Jack Kornfield, one of those great mindfulness teachers, who described the sacred pause as a kind of temporary enlightenment. It's just a moment. Yeah, but because in that moment you're free of grasping an aversion, wanting things to be different than they are. You're in this very receptive, open state. You're in the quality of pure awareness is present, or it's always present. But I mean, you're in it in a way that you're usually not,
Yes.
I think that's, it's not just about like, reading some poems and then sitting down and meditating on the poem or something that direct, although that can be a wonderful practice. But I think it's
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's all about stopping, shifting, seeing differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The wonderful practice of koans, of one of the ways that you might engage with the koan, reading the koan and thinking about the koan throughout your day and seeing when that koan appears in your natural life. And you have the koan usually, again, it's usually two people interacting with each other. And then you can just go through your life and think about this koan, you figure out all the different perspectives, and then you'll start to see how that koan shows up in your life. You can do it with any koan. And it'll generally, for me, I mean, it just happened to show up every time. I mean, all the time throughout my life. It would just happen. And then you could see the idea that I'm going to be imposing onto you right now, currently today, right now, this very moment, the idea is that you get this koan, you see it from all these different perspectives, and then you go through your normal life, and then you'll pick up that koan happening. You'll figure out one of the perspectives that you thought about will align very closely to one of the situations that you're in life. And then you'll immediately have unlocked all of the other perspectives that you engage with the koan with to engage with your natural life. And then you just have this like wide, super perspective of many different perspectives. And that leads you to presence because you have many different perspectives. But it's like a presence that's like this. It's like it's a strange type of presence because you're not present in a single individual perspective. You've got like a billion perspectives. A billion might be overstating it. You got a lot of perspectives. And once you take the perspective of lots of things all at once, I don't know, it feels cool. It's pleasant. It's interesting. I don't think I've ever described koans like that before, but here you go. You've heard it first for it right now. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty cool.
Yes. Now I'm feeling a little bit of devil's advocate creeping up in me.
We've agreed on everything so far.
Too much agreement.
Well, I think we're going to agree on this too. I'm sure we will, but I'm wanting to correct myself really. The idea that a poem is just for that kind of mindfulness is wrong. Henry, because actually, of course, you can do that by, a little bit of practice, a moment of just, taking a breath if you like that, or maybe you don't like the breath so much, let me just be aware of this whole space I'm in.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Oh, look at the sofa doing this beautiful sofa thing. Here I am. I'm back. I can do that. But a poem is somehow it's more than that. It's got this rich world it invites us into or something, or it's not merely that I get more mindful. It's like there's 10,000 ways of doing that. But a poem, on the other hand, is this incredible artifact that's...
Well, that's some Zen. He just dropped some Zen jargon in here. The 10,000 ways. He's just dropping in some Zen jargon. Some Taoist jargon. That's kind of cool. I like that. But yeah, there are many ways.
Someone's created, and they've probably created it out of a very present state of mind and a very appreciative and alive and, maybe a emotion filled or, recollected in tranquility, whatever, driven somehow by human experience and some meeting of the human drama with a moment, and has produced this beautiful expression of the richness of human life in the world. That's much more than just the pause button. Again, I'm talking to myself. Henry, note this, please, because isn't that the case? So we mustn't reduce it to just that, because it's a thing of beauty. Listening to a bit of Beethoven, it's not just about mindfulness. It's, my gosh, there's this whole engagement with the world and with what a human life is. And the amazing thing about poetry is that it can do it in such a small space that great poems, condense the human drama and the beauty and the catastrophe and all of it, and loss and grief and triumph and suffering and love and, all of it can be in a little poem. Now, how the hell does somebody do that,
Yeah, how is that even possible?
How is that even possible?
Yeah, no, that's a great...
That's amazing. Oh, that was a top tier rant. I don't know. I missed this in my editing. That should have been. I should have got the special editing. All right, that was an epic rant from Henry. 10 out of 10. That was just beautiful. I love the stepping into the new world. Having a poem step into a new world. There's a particular form of music theory that I really like. It's from a person. His name is George Russell, and the name of the theory is the Lydian chromatic concept of tonal harmony. Now, these things don't really matter so deeply. What is important is that the way that he lays out the theory is that it's about, I don't know how to describe what the whole theory is about, but I'll just describe one particular part of the theory. You have a thing, you have all the notes of the system of, you have all the notes. I haven't pre-organized my thoughts on this, and my mind's a bit shaken at the moment, so I'm gonna have some trouble with this. But that's fine. You're along for the ride for this, I'm sure. You're gonna love it. We've got a note, and every note of musical note, every note implies a set of intervals. An interval will be 2 notes. So you have a single note, and that implies 2 notes, but it's implying a set of 2 notes. And it implies them in a hierarchy. So you have a single note, and it implies, generally, the most obvious implication would be a certain set of 2 notes. And then you have a slightly less obvious implication, which is a certain set of 2 notes. And then you have a slightly less obvious implication. And you go through the list of all of the possibilities of 2 notes, and they're all implied. Some of them being more obviously implied and some of them being less obviously implied. If you know anything about music, I can just say you have a single note and then you imply the octave, right? And that's the most obvious implication. The second most obvious implication will be the fifth. And then the third most obvious implication would be the third. So you have, I'm sure that sounds a little weird if you don't know music theory, because I'm saying that the second is the fifth and the third is the third. Anyway. The octave is the eighth, whatever. You have these implications. Okay, you have these set of implications, and then when you have an interval, do you also have, from an interval, you have a set of implications which are chords. You have a set of chords that are implied. So, if you play a certain interval, then you have a certain chord that's implied. That's the most obvious implication. Then you have a less obvious implication. Then you have a slightly less obvious. You have this whole network of how things are being implied. And then you have a chord, and that implies a scale. And then you have all the different scales that are implied. And then you have a scale, and that implies the full chromatic scale. And there are different ways of organizing or different tonal systems for the chromatic scales that are being implied, and they're all in a different hierarchy. So you have all this this web of everything being implied. So what happens is that you present something, and then from that presentation, you have all of this being introduced, all the implications being introduced, all the implications introduced. I don't know how to say this. You got all these implications, and then the artist is there to map out how they want to highlight, what implications they want to highlight. So they may not want to highlight only the most obvious implication. So they start by introducing whatever the main, the starting point, and then they carve out all the implications that they want to carve out. And then you create this, I'm going to say landscape. I don't know why I'm thinking of the word landscape. I'm thinking of the usage of landscape from John Vervaeke. I've been thinking about him a lot, and now I'm thinking about Sam Harris using that word landscape. This is not presented as a landscape, but it can be thought of as a landscape. You're just carving out this landscape, and you're showing all the things that you're highlighting. And then that further can be expanded even more, right? You can play a single note. You're going to play the note C, and that's implying, C major or whatever. But then you carve out and you say, okay, we're now, instead of that implying C major, I actually want the note C to be carving out and implying the B flat minor scale. You'd usually be thinking in chromatic. So I'd want to I want to be playing the note C, and I want that to imply B flat. I'm going to call it. I'm going to use the actual term B flat Lydian diminished scale. I want that to be what's implied when I'm playing the note C. And then now you have this whole different universe that's been created and highlighted and shown. And then you have the song that does that. And then with that song is like itself creating implications, because then people can make it's usually in jazz. This theory is a jazz theory. You can then, now you have this song, and other people can play over the chords and play over the implications that you've carved out. And now you have this whole other network of the song that was initially played, and it's making all of these other new different forms of the same song, and it's implying different iterations of that song. And it is no longer the individual artist that is highlighting all of these implications. Now it's just the culture itself highlighting these implications and presenting that to you as the audience member. And then you just have this whole world that's being implied. Like, you start with an implication, and then the artist carves out, the aspects of the world that it wants to be highlighted. And then you have the song itself, and then the culture is highlighting the aspects of the song, that the song and the meta song that want to be highlighted. It drops you into another world. All of these things can just drop you into another world. And I believe that's what they were talking about a second ago. Surely they were talking about exactly what I'm talking about right now, right? I'm sure that the reason why I'm telling you all this is because that's what they were saying just a second ago. Definitely not going off on a tangent that's completely unrelated. I'm going to go back a couple seconds to make sure I even know what they're talking about. A little poem, yes. A little poem can take you into a different world. By doing this, it's like giving you this implication, and it's like, oh, it's giving you all these possibilities, and it's showing you specifically which part of the possibilities. It's like, we can go into a forest, and hey, there's a big forest. It's like, hey, there's a big forest in my backyard. I could just say that, and I could say, okay, now let's go together into this forest, and I'm going to point out this particular pathway, and I'm going to point out this particular tree. And now we're like in the world, and I'm showing you the specifics of, and then you get really like into it because of that. You get this particular perspective. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm feeling with a work of art. This is what I'm feeling with music. This is what I'm feeling with poems. This is what I'm feeling with the Lydian chromatic concept of tonal organization. I'm also thinking of participating. One day I'm going to organize those thoughts into something that's a little bit more coherent and makes some sense. Okay.
Yeah.
How is it possible?
No, that's a great point. Because, poems, as you say, are artifacts. I mean, they're works of art. They're created. They're not, and they do more than allow us to kind of pause and enter this mindful state. And they exist in language. I mean, they're embodied in language. And there's something about the immersive experience of reading a great poem that everything's involved, right? Your mind's involved, but emotionally you're engaged. The sensual qualities of the language, the music, the rhythm, all these things are not totally unique to poetry, but that manifest in poetry in a way that they, in a more condensed or intense way than they do in prose. Like, that's part of what makes poetry such a transportive experience. And when that's done well, when you read a beautiful line of poetry, I mean, it's incredible. And it's not because of what it does, but what it is. And just, I don't know how to say it, but it's, and that's one thing. I mean, this is a little different subject, but I wish more poetry teachers in traditional academic settings would concentrate more on that, on saying what they love about poetry, and not be so focused on these more scholarly approaches. But yeah, I agree totally that there, and maybe it's hard to describe, all that a great poem can do. But I think, one of the things it does that's sort of paradoxical is it uses language to take us beyond language, to take us someplace where language can't really go, but it's through language that we get there. And
that's interesting. Of course, the language taking us beyond language. But I want to stop for a moment about what we love about poetry. I'm going to say more about art in general, but I'll say something about poetry. The first thing I want to say is the academic way of engaging is something that I love. I like that aspect of it. The hyper focusing on one thing, learning that one thing, and then moving to hyper focusing on something else, learning that, and moving to hyper focus on something else. And you're really just learning about the obsessions of other people. I think it maybe it'd be more interesting if we knew who the heck was this individual who was obsessed with whatever aspect of poetry that made it be a part of the tradition, that people obsess over this, particular thing. That might be cool. I like rhythm. I think we've talked about a lot of this. I like rhythm in poetry. I like having particular structure, larger structure in terms of stanzas and repeated lines, that type of stuff. But then the fine grained rhythm of how the syllables relate to each other. I like the different ways of seeing the world. I like hearing about how other people are analyzing works of art. I feel like analysis is itself a form of art, distinct from the art that is being analyzed, but it's a form of art. I like hearing the perspectives, seeing the perspectives of other people. So I like the critical theory of it. I like having other people present their analysis. It reminds me of, I really like conspiracy theories. So it reminds me of conspiracy theories. So it's a very similar type of thing where you have a person who is viewing the world. They're viewing a form of art, a work of art, and they're focusing on certain aspects of it and making connections. That's what an artist would be doing. And that's the same thing a conspiracy theorist is doing. They're like looking at the news or, history or something of that nature, and then making their connections and having an interpretation and then presenting it to other people. I like it. That's something that appeals to me a lot. It's very cool and interesting. And it can help you personally see the world in new ways or different and interesting ways. Gives you the opportunity, perhaps, to invite you to see the world in your own unique and interesting way. It perhaps allows for mental flexibility to see the world in one way and then to see the world in another way. I can look at a work of art and say, I can look at it from the perspective of a color analysis and look at the color hierarchy and see if there's a clear color hierarchy, or I can look at it specifically from a structural see if it's structured in any particular way. And these are just like different mental way. You can just like get the mental flexibility of focusing on one thing and focusing on another thing. I like that. I like seeing how artists, beyond the people who are analyzing art, I like to see how artists are obsessed with certain things. We mentioned earlier Kandinsky and his circles, right? His shapes and his colors. He's really obsessed with his shapes and colors. That's very interesting to me. Somebody like Dvorak, Antonin Dvorak. I'm going to say Dvorak. I don't know how to say Antonin Dvorak, maybe. Antonin Dvorak, the composer, classical music composer, romantic composer. He is obsessed with folk music, specifically American folk music. And there's something very interesting about that, how he's trying to incorporate American folk music into the classical idiom, right? He's sticking to classical form in terms of the overall structure, but instead of having each theme be in the classical structure, some of the themes are in this American folk structure. So they're using like blues form, or they're all using like this very simple pentatonic scale, using single voices that don't have polyphony and all this kind of stuff. I like it. That's pretty cool. He's really obsessed with it, and he does it with a lot of his works have sections that are very much in this American folk music form. So I'm super into that. I'm super into all that. I'm also into connoisseurship, so I like having lots of I like the addition of many details. Many details. That's cool. Having lots of details of something. Having an awareness of history and culture and how things are affected by history and culture, and having awareness of the entire tradition. All these things are things I like about art, poetry included, art generally.
That, I think, is an extraordinary experience when that happens.
Yes, it's like a great poem. Evokes what can't be put into words. In contemporary systems thinking, complexity science, there's some notion that complex systems self-generate. That autopoiesis, they even use that term, autopoiesis. And there's even a thought that life or metabolisms back in the ocean fumaroles, in the deep ocean, the black smokers, they call them, where they think proteins and the most primitive organisms first formed, they think they started as metabolisms. This is one thought about it. And they self-metabolized and then continued metabolizing, meaning they continued doing the process of ingesting and turning what they ingested into energy. And so I've heard a complexity scientist say maybe poems are like that. They're sometimes when a poet contacts a poem, they've contacted a little self-generating system, a little auto-poetic system, and they're merely the kind of context in which the poet is the context in which that auto-poetic function can happen, so that we're just a host for something better than us, so to speak, or more than we could ever produce ourselves, to generate itself. I mean, I don't know whether this is. I'm just thinking, like, why am I bringing that in? We were talking about because language as well. Well, in one school of thought, it's this is getting a bit out there maybe, but it's a mimetic. It's memes. In Richard Dawkins' term, these cultural equivalents of genes. Languages are meme systems, and maybe they get their fulfillment in a poem. That a language finds its own way to its complete fulfillment, doing all it can do. Granted that it has these hosts, these human hosts, with all it needs the human hosts, the language system obviously does, and it can harvest all it can get out of a human and the human experience and generate this little marvel that is the best language can be, the ultimate that language can be, but it's kind of sort of generating itself.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a bit wild, but I don't know.
No, that's beautiful.
That's beautiful. It is wonderful.
I think that's quite true. The poet is like a conduit, or like, as you say, a host. But it's something.
There's another. I love the rants. All right, I love the rants. Harry Shukman, just 10 out of 10 every time. The rants it's just amazing. This is an amazing rant. Totally disagree. Don't agree with it at all. Don't feel this way. It never felt like a conduit. It never felt like I'm touching some external world that it is self-generating and I just need to express it, or it needs to be expressed through. Never felt I needed that before in my life. But man, I just love how he says it. He's saying it great. And then this whole rant is just amazing because what is it? Guru Viking again. Guru Viking is just very. I hope he's okay with me. I'm poking fun of him a little bit here. He's a cool guy. I'm watching this podcast because I like his podcast. I like him, but he's stone cold, just still, just totally not motion. And we got John Brehm here. It's like, wow, so cool. Like John Brehm is like really like into it. He's like super expressive as he's listening to Henry, and Henry's going, oh, he's crazy. Henry's going all these wild, you know. I just love it. I just so the whole interaction here is just amazing. I'm just a big fan, 10 out of 10, great. I don't feel this way of this self-generating autopoiesis. I found it funny that when I listened to this podcast, I heard him say autopoiesis, and I looked up. There's a lot of words that are being said that I don't understand. Never heard the term autopoiesis, but of course, autopoiesis sounds like autopoetic, and poiesis and poetic, they sound very similar. But I looked up how to spell autopoiesis because it was definitely spelled incorrectly with the automatic AI subtitles. And it's spelled completely differently. You saw how I spelled it here on these subtitles because I changed it. It's like this totally different word. I don't think these words are related at all. Autopoetic and autopoiesis. They sound good though. They sound really similar. Right? And that's one of those. It's a metaphor. It's a what do I call it? It's a metaphor because they sound similar. There's a specific name for this type of metaphor where you have the sound of the metaphor the sound of the word sounding the same, so they can be overlapping, whatever. It's a homophone. That's what it is. It's a homophone. They sound similar. Just because they sound similar doesn't mean that they are similar in any other sense, right? But you have this metaphor sonically, not even metaphor in terms of how they're written, and definitely not a metaphor in terms of what they mean. They just sound similar. And we're just rolling with it because they sound similar. Come on, Henry, you could have taken a second to look into what the word means. He also said fumaroles. It's another word I just never heard before in my life, fumaroles. Deep sea vents. This is where the metabolisms are happening on their own. It was interesting. I don't know what contemporary complexity science is. I have no idea how it's related to metabolisms. It was an interesting segment, though. I say all this to say it was an interesting segment. Total disagreement with all of it, but the vibes, though. The vibes were on point. I'm here for the vibes. I'm totally here for the vibes. And Henry Shukman has got the vibes. Another thing I wanted to say, I was going to continue playing, but I'm going to say something more. The whole idea of these levels of knowing, these ways of knowing. You have the knowing of just knowing specifically what somebody's saying, the knowing of facts, and then you have the knowing of procedures and behaviors, and you have the knowing of the perspectives, and then you have the knowing of belonging. And I'm getting the sense that you have the knowing of behavior. I think maybe perhaps when you're showing that you're participating in a conversation by nodding along and like doing that and like adding that expressiveness, you're adding some participation within the conversation, and you're also adding some of the procedure. You're like you're moving, you're having some movement, and there's something there about a different way of knowing or a different way of interacting in a conversation, different levels of interacting in a conversation. And I'm saying that because of the contrast between John Brehm and Steve Guru Viking. Just completely. I love Guru Viking here. He's just no expressiveness at all. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Something else that's coming through. And yeah, I love that idea of kind of self-organizing, because of course, I'm sure you know this, when you're feeling, truly inspired, it doesn't feel like you're writing the poem, right? I mean, it feels like it's coming through you.
Yeah.
But the idea that language is using us to find its highest perfection, maybe that's not the right word, but it's most complete expression. That's great. Oh, I love that. That's wonderful.
Yeah. To sort of fulfill itself.
Yeah.
To be the most it can be or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe that okay, this is again getting out there, but maybe that aligns in some way with all the almost platitudes people say about well, human being is the universe being conscious of itself.
Yeah.
And so maybe there's something about our tapping into our consciousness, breed of our ordinary tactical strategic thinking,
Right.
and our
Thinking.
yeah, right, exactly. Maybe there's something about that as well that is sort of, what I'm really getting out there, but
It's good.
original nature, original consciousness, original mind wants to
Original love.
fulfill itself through human awakening or something.
Right.
I've heard things like that said in deep spiritual traditions, but
Right.
maybe that's analogous almost to what happens when a poem comes through. There's some kind of fulfillment there that maybe in some ways analogous to the experience of awakening. I mean, in moments of really radical awakening, when we lose our sense of self and we feel, we're just not separate, and I think that's the most awake we can be. Personally, it's the most awake I've ever been is in those moments of real, what Zen calls kensho, when we're just, the self is, the idea of being a separate self is just gone. And they feel like some kind of fulfillment that's more than my own, those moments, because there's, I don't know whether that strikes a chord with you, John, but the first time I had one, I've written about this when I was 19, I've talked about it as well, plenty, but, it felt so fulfilling that I knew I could die that night and have been a completely fulfilled life,
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. I missed something that I wanted to talk about a bit. This universe being conscious. I don't like this idea. I've never liked this idea. I don't like this idea now. I never liked it before. Maybe I'll like it in the future, but I don't like this idea. The universe being conscious, and it's conscious in such a way that it's using you to be conscious in order to experience itself. It's like, there's just to me, it's some sort of lack of imagination with even the hypothetical of the universe needing people to be conscious in order for it to experience itself. The universe can experience itself in any other number of ways, more directly, without the need of us beings, people, to experience for it. And the whole notion, there's another notion that's similar, where people, I've heard in deep spiritual traditions that people say the universe was just bored out of its mind, and it was so bored that it had to create people to be interesting. Something of that nature. I just don't like it. Me not liking those things, counter signaling it. That's what's happening right now. I don't like them. Very common perspectives that people have, though. Very, very common perspectives. More of the perspective that I have, and I probably don't even have it anymore. The perspective that I used to have, consciousness is more of, it's an attribution that you can arbitrarily give. It's pretty easy. It was at one point pretty easy for me. I don't know if it's very easy for me to do now. It was at one point pretty easy for me to attribute consciousness to things. I can view people as conscious. Like most people I interact with, I'm thinking of them as conscious. I'm not really thinking of them, but there's a way of interacting with them as they are conscious. And having that feeling, I could just kind of pick up that feeling and port it and give it to something else, and interact with a room as if it were conscious, interacting with a baby as if it were conscious, interacting with a friend as if it were conscious, interacting with a teapot as if it were conscious, interacting with a situation as if it were conscious. And you can just kind of attribute consciousness to any of these things willy-nilly, very just completely arbitrary. And it's fun to do. Let me tell you, it's fun to do, especially if you are projecting this consciousness, and those things that are conscious are very nice. You could just have this sense of everything being alive and loving. It's this very pleasant feeling. Okay, I think I can do it because I'm doing it now and it feels great. just everything around is just alive, and they're all just like encouraging me to say this nonsense that I was saying right now. And you just have this feeling that you're like, right now, like a feeling that I'm in the room and it's just like, there's so many objects around here and they're all just like facing and listening to me and just giving me this sense of being heard and being encouraged. And, it feels great. It feels great. And I think you can just arbitrarily do that. Or can I do the opposite? Let me just see if I can. I guess it's a little bit, no, yeah, I don't know. I guess yeah. I can do the opposite. Doing the opposite as in not make them be discouraging. I don't think I've ever done that before, and that would suck. But to have them not feel like they're alive, sort of, kind of, is kind of just, yeah, I guess it's neutral. Is kind of how is that how I normally live? I don't know. I'm not really sure. The opposite is having less of a strong effect. Anyway, you can attribute consciousness to things arbitrarily. Things can be conscious if you want them to be conscious. Things can be not conscious if you don't want them to be conscious. Don't matter. Consciousness is your own attribution. You can be conscious if you want to be conscious. You can be not conscious if you don't want to be conscious. Who cares? You might care, but it's not something that is a necessary fact or a necessary quality. It can just be attributed. Okay, now I'm going too far into the feeling things not conscious, so I'm gonna turn myself back into the feeling things of consciousness, because that's much more pleasant. And I was kind of, just a moment ago as I was describing that, myself not feeling conscious. It's a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling. Okay, I'm usually in the more neutral state of not attributing consciousness or not consciousness to anything, but then I can tune into feeling that everything is not conscious, including myself. And that's a weird feeling. Sometimes it's a little bit destabilizing sometimes. And I'm feeling a bit herky-jerky, feeling a bit whiplash right now. Haven't done, just dip my toes in it for that 1 second in both directions. Let's get back into the video. I'm just saying the universe ain't conscious, all right? That's all I'm saying. And the universe doesn't need you to experience itself. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, I'm sorry, I'm taking us in tangents, but...
We like the tangents. We're all going to tangents.
Yeah, the poem somehow being analogous to that it's something... There's something so fulfilled and fulfilling about a really accomplished poem. I'm not sure I've written one myself, by the way, but when I read them, that this is, wow, how did this get to be so complete?
Yeah. Like, how is this possible? And in that sense, it's like, it's another.
How is this possible? There's something very funny about, they're like, John, in that specific moment, I'm just going to say people be like, how did they do it? How is it even possible? It must have been aliens. So you're telling me black people made the pyramids? You're crazy. No, it must have been aliens, bro. What? You telling me these indigenous folks made these? No, it must have been the lost city of Atlantis. It's like that. It's like that type shit. That's the beat we're on right now. How can people write good poems? I don't know. Maybe people can write good poems. It's not that difficult to imagine somebody writing a really nice poem. Okay, to write a poem that's complete, to write a poem that has a little bit of a unified energy within it. That's not that difficult to imagine for me. I'm not like dumbfounded by how can people do this. It's just people can write good poems sometimes. Sometimes people can make good art, and they can just be the people making good art without having the entire universe conspire against your perceptions of the world in this very moment to feel something beautiful. It doesn't have to be that all the time. It is sometimes, but it doesn't have to be that all the time. It is sometimes, though. It doesn't have to be all the time.
Instance of like the best that humans are capable of. And I think that's really life-giving to be reminded of that, because it's easy to forget, because there's so much horror in the world. But this moment of beauty, and, I think that word's been banished from academia, but I'm glad we can still use it. But that's, we want that. We want that.
Yeah.
And that's, that love of the beauty of the world is what's going to help us possibly say that, and I think poetry's purpose in that sense is to remind us of our true nature and of the beauty of the world, and how we might be in the world in a way that is more humble and appreciative and open. And I love everything you said, Henry. I think that's all just absolutely right.
It's beautiful. I also love everything that Henry's saying. I love everything that John's saying. Not that I think they're absolutely right, because I don't think they're absolutely right. I don't think right's the right way of thinking about it. Let me think about it, how I'd rather say it. I don't agree with them. Definitely don't agree with them. I don't naturally view the world in those ways that they're viewing the world. You can view the world in that way. It's totally fine. It's like you can configure your mind to view the world in these ways, and I think that's fun. But you can configure your mind to view the world in different ways also. And you don't want to be stuck in any of these particular ways. You don't want to be stuck there's a way of being stuck that you don't want. Maybe you do want it. There's a way of being stuck in these ways, and that way of being stuck is thinking that they're correct or that they're right. But you can be stuck in it in a different way because you just like it. In that case, who cares? You just be stuck. That's fun. I wanted to say something, but I don't remember what it was. Poetry, the purpose of poetry. I don't think the purpose of poetry is to be humble. He said more than that. I don't remember what he said. The purpose of poetry is to appreciate beauty, true nature. Okay, all right. I've already said some things about the true nature of yourself. I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like the truth. I don't like truth as a way of analyzing the world anyway, generally speaking. I don't like this imposition of my true nature. I'm just me. I am me. I don't need to have any other standard to have this true nature. I just don't like it. I'm just not into it. But there was a part of that he said that I like a lot. He said that the poetry is about beauty, showing beauty. And I like that in terms of, I think it's a fine way of defining art. Art is something that shows you beauty. Art is beauty, beauty is art. Like they're kind of interconnected. You see something that's beautiful, it is a form of art. You interact with art, it's beautiful. In that, if you have that definition that I just laid out, it's kind of a naive definition, but just work with me here for a second. If you work with that naive definition, then that means you wouldn't really say the purpose of art is for beauty, but art is beauty. And you might, in a clumsy, loose, you're just hanging out with your friends, Guru Viking and Henry, you just say, yeah, the purpose of poetry is to show you beauty, because poetry is beauty and beauty is poetry. It's a loose way of saying it. I agree with that one. Totally agree with that one. Me and John
resonated with all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'm thinking now, because of what you're saying about changing our way of being in the world, that seems so important. And I'm thinking of Seamus Heaney's book, The Redress of Poetry. It's sort of, it's a long time since I read it, but I think it was his lectures that he gave when he was professor of poetry at Oxford. I think that's what that book is, if I remember right. But he's sort of saying, poets are the unacknowledged legislators of mankind, but don't imagine that, a poem will change the world. But on the other hand, poetry offers a redress to what, kind of morally offends us. It's a redress toward what is awry in the world, and I think possibly through that, the change of heart it can inspire in us can actually, can change the world, if it's
change of heart, change of consciousness. Because if there's not a collective awakening in terms of consciousness, whatever technical fixes we make are not gonna matter.
That's interesting, because we're getting back into the participatory knowing, where you're changing the world. Perhaps the world is changing you, but we're not going into both. We're not ever saying both of those things at the same time. They're saying that they don't want to be influenced by the audience, but perhaps they can make poetry that influences the audience. And now he's saying that collective consciousness. So I'm wondering here. I'm trying to wonder. I don't know what he means by that, and I'm not sure if he means that specifically. Because you could there are two ways here. There's separation here. You could possibly just change the world by directly changing what a person feels or thinks or whatever, or you could change the world by like meditating and then like feeling the consciousness of the entire world and then changing that from there. So I'm wondering if the what he's saying, collective consciousness, if he just means on that type level where you're spiritually changing the world without any direct's not the right word here, but without the concrete, that might be the right word, changing of somebody's behavior or mental state or whatever, but doing it purely from this spiritual realm, collective consciousness realm of changing the world. So I'm wondering what he means by that. Can you change the world? Essentially, the question to figure out what he means is, can you change the world by writing a poem and then never having that poem be read by anybody else separate from you? Would that change the world? Because you like write a poem, eat it, and then die. And would that change the world? Like, would that have changed the world? Does that have a potential to change the collective consciousness? To get a sense of what he means by that, changing the collective consciousness. So in that sense, anyway, we're getting into that participatory way of engaging with the world, because you can change the world, but we're not mentioning how the world can shape you and change you. We're not mentioning that the dance between the two and the harmony there and the sense of belonging that can come from both of those happening simultaneously, and that cascading.
And yeah, I think that's where poetry can have a huge impact on the level of heart consciousness and opening. Yeah, I love that redress of how did you say it? Of the aspects of the world that offend our sensibilities or that trample, our minor nature.
Yes.
Yes. Restoration of a right relationship to the world, which we've strayed so far from that, from a kinship relationship with the world that our Stone Age ancestors certainly had.
Yeah, and you can still see it in indigenous wisdom today. Yeah. Oh my gosh, amazing book, Braiding Sweetgrass.
Yeah, beautiful.
I've just blanked on her name, but what a beautiful evocation of the kind of reciprocity that is endemic to a lot of indigenous thought, and that rapacious colonialist modern Europeans, or not only post-medieval onwards, really just didn't have any sense of.
Well, wanted to destroy.
And
wanted to destroy. Interesting. It's fascinating that we're thinking about the indigenous folks interacting with their environment and how that is cool. You know, you give to the environment gives back to you. Do you know that you've heard people talk about? This must have been something I heard from Joe Rogan. I don't know, but of the Amazon rainforest having been is man-made in terms of the indigenous people were so involved in the cultivation of certain foods and other things that the entire Amazon forest was touched by the indigenous peoples there to create an environment that was more highly harmonious with living for humans to live and get food and shelter and all that stuff. So there's like this very clear and highly cultivated interaction between the environment and the cultures of the indigenous peoples in the Amazon. So that's interesting to me that we have that appreciation of that, but then it seems like no appreciation of how a person in the modern times can interact with the culture around them, and governments and capital and economics, and interact with that to create a symbiotic thing within themselves and their family and their culture and the people with those systems around. It seems to me, you know, I'm thinking symbolically here. I'm making connections, and it seems to me that if I'm in the environment of the Amazon, I'd want to shape it into a way that can, you know, feed life and cultivate whatever it is that I want to cultivate. And I'd want to do that also in the modern world. If I'm in the modern world and I'm in my environment, I'd want to shape the environment to feed me and help me, and I can eat it and help it, and we can work with each other and have this sort of symbiotic relationship. But we from these last few sentences, I don't think they're getting deep into anti-capitalist and hatred for governments and all that kind of stuff. I don't think they're going too deep into that, or even if they believe all that. But from that, the last two sentences, you can pick up on a little bit of that type of thing, and it's interesting, and seems like it's an aspect that's highly neglected. You could live a totally fulfilled and spiritual life by engaging with the environment that you're in, which includes governments and corporations and capital and economics.
Yeah, absolutely, and had no corrective to their extractive, exploitative instincts.
Yeah,
You know,
and the result of that. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, Robin Wall Kimmerer is the author.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
And I'm reading another book called Hospicing Modernity, which is a really radical book. But the author, and I can't remember her name, but she talks about how colonialism isn't just something that happened in the past. That coloniality is something that still governs the way we think about ourselves, the way we think about reality, the way we think about our relationships to the earth. And yeah, bringing awareness to that, it is, I think, just so crucial.
Yeah, and I am, well, I don't want to cast stones, but I tend to think that there's an Abrahamic component here in the Western mind. And that's one of the reasons I call my new book Original Love, as a counter to original sin, you know?
Yeah, right.
Because it seems the original sin of the West has been those doctrines in the early books of the Bible, you know?
Absolutely.
Kind of thing, yeah.
Before, I was asking about writing for an audience, and maybe there's a distinction that you've both teased out here, which is, it seems the poet doesn't write for an audience, not really, at least you don't. But you presumably publish for one. The instinct to share poetry that you've written presupposes an audience. Maybe it shouldn't, as you've pointed out for most poets. Maybe even publishing shouldn't presuppose an audience. But anyway, and that seems like you've begun to explore some of the hopes you have for your poetic expression when it starts to leave your poetry book, your notebook, and goes out there into the world and is read by others. It has an impact, participates somehow.
I know for me, reading poems has changed my life. And I know that's a cliched way to say it, but it's true. And so I have to believe that the potential is there when a book goes out to find its way to that one reader in the junk store or wherever who might, come upon a poem that, lights something up, that creates this sense of aliveness that you were talking about, Henry. And that makes it all worth it.
Yeah, I feel that poetry changes life. For me, it's the academic art analysis changed my life, Reading this book, Fundamentals of Musical Composition, Fundamentals of Composition? I don't know what it's called. Fundamentals of Composition, I think it is, by Schoenberg, which is essentially a collection of his lectures. It was collected and organized. He wrote it. He organized it, but it was lectures at a university before a book. It's an academic way of analyzing art that changed my life. And then reading this book about critical theory and learning from Clinth Brooks, who's another academic, seeing the world in different ways. It's interesting that we're talking about the colonial way of viewing the world. All of this probably is heavily influenced by critical theory and highly, highly, highly academic. All that stuff changed my life. Seems like it's changed their lives too, but they're not as much acknowledging. And it's cool. I definitely like to present new forms of art to people, and it's interesting to me when to hear how they respond to it. Yeah, I like it. I like sharing things with my friends and my family. Yeah, I think the audience is a large part of that, just in terms of giving it to people I know. Also, for myself, I like to write down art analysis for myself so that I can refer back to it in the future. Presupposing myself as the audience in the future. But it also clarifies my own thinking in the moment. So that's my relationship to the audience.
And I think it's true that people are turning to poetry more now than they have perhaps in the more recent past. I mean, somebody said in times of crisis, people turn to poetry. Well, we're in kind of a perpetual crisis now. And so I think people are drawn to
bad times create good poets. Good poets create bad times. There's a meme. There's a meme somewhere there. Okay, somebody figure out the meme. There's a meme somewhere. Somebody figured out and present it to us.
Poetry in a way that is encouraging. I think people are seeking it out and feeling the importance, the magnitude of poetry in a way that's encouraging. Yeah.
It would be nice to invite you both to read something of your own work.
From No Day at the Beach is called Walk the Talk. Sometimes I think human beings are just a way for words to walk around on earth, and words just a way for wind to hear itself think.
Hello, Henry Shukman did another contrast between Henry and Guru Viking. But Henry Shukman, he's very expressive. We're going to be looking at a couple more poems, and he's going to be more expressive. I just love how expressive he is about enjoying the poems that he's reading or hearing in this case. Amazing. Yeah, that was a great poem. very short, very sweet, and it's about a lot of the subject that we've been talking about in this podcast. So it's cool that all of the stuff that he's thinking about has been kind of brewing in his mind for a very long time, so much that it comes out in his poetry. Very nice.
Wow. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh.
Yeah, I'll read this poem, Swifts.
I should say I'm cutting out. I've cut out a lot of the. I cut out a lot from both of these episodes, and in this particular segment, I'm cutting down certain parts. So they did talk a little bit more about it, a little bit. They in this particular segment, they read the poem, then they got sidetracked and talked about something that was completely irrelevant, and then they came back to the poem, and it's actually I'm presenting it out of order, so there's a little bit extra awkwardness in terms of the ending of that and then leading into the next poem. But there was other tangential, unrelated, completely not relevant to the stream or for anybody to listen to of them talking about it. But just wanted to address that little slightly awkward transition to the second poem.
I'll read this poem, Swifts. Early fall, the light thin and brittle. And if it's true that deprivation is a gift, I accept the gift. I walk down to Wallace Park to watch the swifts that roost every September in the Chapman School's tall brick chimney. The charming swifts with their long forked tails and swept back wings, 10,000 of them swerving and darting in the evening sky, a flowing, expandable spiral of birds, clearing the air of insects and riveting the wandering human mind. Tonight there must be 300 spectators, a whole hillside of us, ordinary people whose wings fell off eons ago, who traded flight for speech and have regretted it ever since. Sodden and earthbound as we are, except for our lifted eyes, our oohs and ahs that show we're still alive when the peregrine falcon dives in and knifes one out of the air, which we boo or cheer, sometimes simultaneously. We love this passion play of form and formlessness, the bird's shifting patterns flung out like a whiplash of water or school of fish above the stationary human school, then drawn tight together, a miracle they don't crash into each other, a miracle of echolocation until you see them as they truly are, a single organism, a body made mostly of air and quick decisions, jagged motions that gradually cohere, a poem, in other words. It takes the flock a full 20 minutes to funnel down into the chimney, and it seems a living smoke pulled back into a still and sleeping fire. So beautiful, I forget for a moment my father's death, or I turn my mind away from it, or no, I open my grief to accommodate this wonder and wonder what he might have thought of it, were we standing here together, the kind of thing we never did and now will never do, except in my imagination, that unchanging inner sky where the swifts take flight whenever I want them to, and my father cannot die.
Beautiful.
No, that's a really stunning poem.
Really stunning.
I've read that a couple of times now.
Thank you.
Several times, actually. No. But fantastic.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah. It's the, if I was in the room with you, you'd feel my glow and my heart opened by that. Oh.
I can feel it. Yeah. I can. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I love that. Oh, it's just spectacular. Yeah.
That means a lot, Henry. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah. But I'd love to hear some of your poems.
Just to let everybody know that it's called Yard Site, which is,
I just want to say I'd absolutely love the way that he's responding there. He's like moaning and it's so good. So nice. Absolutely amazing. You know, I like it. I like it. His expressiveness is pretty cool. Guru Viking there, stone. No reaction.
To let everybody know that it's called Yahrzeit, which is, you know, the 1 year anniversary of a death in the Jewish world. I just want to say it's got the word weir in it. It's a kind of dam that where the water can flow over on rivers and often associated with canals and channels and things. So Yahrzeit. The young heron pauses in the middle of the weir to stare at me and waits there so long on its single stilt, one webbed foot held aloft, the other planted in the pour of water, not a feather stirring, just the long neck adjusting for balance like a snake, and the hazel target of its eye locked on mine, that time stands still. The damp day turns bright, the elms sigh in a wind not made of air. The path under my feet softens like skin, and the river presses its cool hands on my ears. What is this pressure holding my head? Why am I remembering all of a sudden that today is the anniversary of your death, and wondering where you've gone 1 year on, or whether you've gone at all? Who is this bird fixing me with its eye? Stately as an Egyptian prince, as if wearing time, like a pair of wings, it has only to open to bring back all the years of your life. At last, it lowers its foot and moves on.
Very nice poem.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
Incredible. God, there's so much I want to say. I mean, it feels like it embodies so much of what we've been talking about here. This quality of awakening and luminosity and stopping and connecting. I mean, the fact that this bird is staring into your eyes.
Who is this bird?
On this momentous date. And just the writing is just so gorgeous. What was the line about the wings, as if time?
As if wearing time like a pair of wings. Yeah.
Pair of wings, which is, then what's the rest of it?
Oh, as if wearing time like a pair of wings that has only to open to bring back all the years of your life. Actually, by the way, it's about my dad. It was after my dad's death. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's such an incredible turn in the poem, because that takes us then to the father and the loss and it's beautiful, Henry. Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually one from the new book, Original Love. So.
Oh, great. Great. Yeah. So that book is prose and poems.
Yes. Much, much, much more prose.
Okay. But that poem's in it. I'm glad to know that, because I want to read it again. So. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Finisterre is both a peninsula in Brittany, northwest France, and a part of Portugal, also in the northwest corner of Portugal. Because it means end of the land. There's Land's End in the UK as well, at the end of Cornwall. But all three of them pointing out to the Atlantic Ocean, the Great Ocean, So this is just a little thing, really. Finisterre. Yes, the land ends here. But every sailor knows this is where the journey begins. The voyage starts here.
Nice. I like it. Oh, I love it. I love short poems.
Me too.
I love the way they just drop us just in this huge opening that they've created. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's the same as what I was saying about the open. You get an implication, a note implying multiple other things and implying other things, and you have just this whole world, this landscape that has been carved out and highlighted by the artist. Same thing with the short poem. And then once it's been carved out, of course, that's just the beginning. The voyage begins here.
Yeah, this is where the voyage begins.
Well, thank you both. I don't know what to say, really. This exceeded my already rather high expectations, and we've ended in just the most wonderful way. I'm just a mess now after that. That was wonderful. Thank you both. Wow. Bloody hell.
Wow. Bloody hell. All right. Bloody hell. I love that. That was amazing. There's something about Guru Viking. Okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit just to appreciate Guru Viking's. There's just something about him, man. He's such a cool guy. Let's see. He's not very expressive, but then he has these like little moments. Here. This moment here.
Book about poetry. Book The Diamond. I'm so delighted. Over the moon, in fact.
And John Brehm.
I'm so delighted.
Henry Shukman and John Brehm.
I'm so delighted. Over the moon, in fact. Quoting you, John.
I'm over the moon. There's like he's saying he's over the moon. He is over the moon, but the way that he's expressing being over the moon and any other, he's not physically showing the over the moon, you know. And then the bloody hell. There's just something just.
I don't know what to say, really. This exceeds by already rather high expectations, and we've ended in just the most wonderful way. I'm just a mess now after that.
I'm just a mess now after that. All right. Enough poking fun. All right, I'm just poking fun. All right, I like Guru Viking. I'm poking a little fun. It's cool to see the lack of expressiveness, but then the verbal expressiveness to go along with the lack of outward physical expressiveness. All right. Well, anyway, you get the picture. I very much enjoyed this whole podcast. Guru Viking, love his work. John Brehm, love the work. Henry Shukman, love it. Amazing, fantastic. Love the poems. Love what they're talking about, how they're talking about it. What a great group of guys. Don't you want to be there with him? Amazing tea rotation. It'd be great guys to be around and hang out with and talk to. I think they're lovely folks. Well, this is the end of the podcast, but the podcast doesn't end here. This is where the journey begins. You know, you just heard the poem, okay? You heard the poem. You know what I'm going to say. Come back for more. We'll be doing this again. What do you think? How do you like the format? Is it fun? Is it cool? Do you like the subtitles? I like the subtitles is what I'm going to tell you. I liked them a lot. I liked doing the editing. I liked editing the specific parts and finding the little moments that are kind of caught my attention more, and I wanted to add more focus and emphasis onto by putting a little bit of the flair on the subtitles. I like having the stream cut, the video cut to only the parts that I was responding to, and I think I responded to every part of it. So it's cool. I like it. Top tier. This is the kind of thing that I want to do. Because I want to, so there's two parts here. I want to present things that I like, which is just a form of art that I like. The Guru Viking podcast, I just like it. So I want to share something that I like. I also want to share about myself so that my friends know a little bit more about me. So I have the opportunity to talk more about myself, how I'm viewing the world, somewhat in contrast, somewhat in harmony with what these folks are saying. So it's cool to present it in this way. This is why I wanted to present it in this way. Share more about myself, cutting out parts where I don't have anything to contribute. So it's a bit more snappy there. have a little bit of extra flair with the presentation, showing what I'm liking about what they're saying, what sections I'm liking. All that's being tied into there. I'm participating with the art. I'm participating. I'm getting presented with works of art, and I'm responding and reacting to that. So it's changing me, and it's changing what I'm expressing. But then I can change the art because I can edit it down and rearrange things. And now we have this dance of participation, and now it's being presented to the world, and that's going to change a little bit of the culture. And then you get this whole cycle of things interacting with each other. Get that sense of belonging. Don't you feel good? Don't you just belong to the YouTube community? That's how I feel.